Our members, this is to kindly inform you of the unavoidable absence of Right Honourable Speaker, and to indicate that in accordance with Standing Order 13.2, the Honourable First Deputy Speaker presides for the House and exercises the authority of the Chair in relation to all proceedings until the Right Honourable Speaker resumes the Chair. I thank you.
Honourable members, press. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to look with favour upon this Parliament of the Republic of Ghana. Grant that it may perform its high duty as in thy sight. Give divine guidance to the President of the Republic, thou members of Parliament and ministers of state with discernment and vision, integrity and courage, that through the labours of government, this land and people may be well and truly served, their good purposes for the common human life be realized in our midst. O God, grant that the vision of our country, fair as it might be, country of righteousness, where none shall wrong his neighbour, country of plenty, where evil and poverty shall be done away with, country of brotherhood, where all success shall be founded on service and honour shall be given to the deserving, country of peace, where the government shall rest on the will of the people and the love for the common good. Bless the efforts of those who struggle to make this vision a living reality. Inspire and strengthen our people that they may give time, thought, and sacrifice to speed the day of the coming beauty of Ghana and Africa. Amen. Honourable members, is the leader on his feet?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Clerk, in accordance with Order 13.2, informed the House of the unavoidable absence of Mr. Speaker. He informed the House of the unavoidable absence of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he should have stopped at that. He cannot tell us that because of that, you to exercise the authority of Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he cannot tell us that. The orders provide that you must inform us of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker. There's that automaticity if the Speaker is unavoidably absent, it's the first Deputy Speaker who assumes the chair. That is what it is. You don't arrogate to yourself that authority to inform the House that because the Speaker is unavoidably absent, it is the first Deputy Speaker who should assume the chair. You are not close with that authority. Please read the orders. Just inform us of the unavoidable absence of the Speaker. With the greatest respect.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this is not even the first time the clerk actually informed the House with a particular rendition. And in any case, once you are now in the chair, you exercise that authority. In fact, yesterday, during one of the debates, it is this same majority leader who claimed that for the avoidance of doubt, we actually make things clearer. So the clerk is just making it clear that if anybody is in doubt that Mr. Speaker in the chair is also exercising that authority, the person should think twice. So he hasn't done anything wrong, and I would just say that the clerk did very well. Unfortunately, he hasn't even got a voice on the floor. He's here, but he can't speak. So when you do that to him, he's very handicapped. So clerk has done the right thing. What he said, we understood it to be the right thing, and this is not the first time he read that order and gave the same rendition. So, leader, Today, the problem is actually not even the avoidance, the absence of the speaker. The problem is that you are the leader of government business, and it's almost 12:30, and you can't even find that business to do here. So be thinking about getting that business to do at 12:30 rather than being worried about the absence of the speaker. So take note, Mr. The leader.
I thank you all, leaders. I thank you. Everything is provided for in order 13. So members may apprise themselves so that we don't litigate over this matter. Order 13, 2 and 3 covers this matter. Thank you very much. Now we shall commence. We shall commence with the correction of votes and proceedings of the 13th sitting of the third meeting of Parliament, dated Wednesday, 13 December 2023. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8. Yes, Honorable Member for Adenta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, item number 4, number 28, Vanderpool Edwin Nilante. He was in the chamber yesterday, but he's been marked absent here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Where's he now? I saw him in the chamber. And
yes. So he actually.
We will stand this observation down. Let him come and raise it himself.
Okay. Because he came in here and said he was at the committee.
I saw him drinking coffee at the tea. I saw him there. I drank coffee with him elsewhere in the morning. Now he's back there, so let him to come and raise it. Table office will take note. Item page 9. Yes.
Speaker, thank you very much. Page 9, item 5, recognition of schools. Roman number 2 is University of Ghana Political Science Students Association. And also, they were led by the Vice President of the Political Science Students Association and not Student Representative Council. So if it can be corrected.
Very well. The table office will effect the correction. Page 10. Page 11. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Minister for Education, who's been marked absent without permission, he sent some communication through me to the Speaker. Also, MS Sheila Battels, 13, and then Habib Idrisu also sent some application through me to the Speaker. They were outside Accra yesterday, and they sent a communication through me to the Speaker. So they should register as absent with permission. Sheila Battels, Dr. Yao Osei-Duchum, and Habib Idrisu. Tono.
Leader, I'm sure you know the rule. If they have filled the forms to be corrected, I think this should. Yes?
Yeah, that is always what I'm saying.
Very well. Page 11. Page 12. 13. page 15, page 16, page 17, page 18, page 19, page 20, page 21. Honourable members, in the absence of any further corrections, the votes of proceedings of Wednesday, December 13, 2023 are hereby adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honourable members, I wish to acknowledge the presence of the High Hope School from Adenta. They are led by Mr. Emmanuel Ejapong, the headmaster. There are 80 of them. High Hope School. You are welcome. Your MP is here. He'll buy you drink, don't worry. Thank you for visiting Parliament. You're welcome. Kindly resume your seat. Further, we have two traditional leaders visiting us. The first one is Nana Efria Bebiu, the Dukrum Hema from Efija Kwabre North. Nana, you're welcome. And then we have Nana Osa, the Adonting Hema, also from Efija Kwabre North. Nana, you're welcome to Parliament. I don't see your MPs here, but I'm sure there are other MPs from Efija. They will take care of them, right? Yes. Honourable members, we will proceed with the next item. Did we program to take questions today? It didn't come up at the preceding meeting. But, yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me apply for the order of business to be varied, therefore us to go to public business and deal with item listed as 12.
Is there?
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, I agree with leader, but just to, Mr. Speaker, on the question so that you don't bring it back. Urgent question A is in my name. That question has been overtaken by time. So just to draw the attention of the table office not to schedule it. It can go off. Events have
Very well, the table office will take note and not reschedule that question. At the commencement of public business, item 12.
Mr. Speaker,
yes.
Let's begin with item 18.
Yes.
Item 18.
Item 18. Very well, item 18. Motion by the Minister for Youth and Sports.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move that this House approve the sum of 195,795,973 for the service of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In seconding the motion, I urge the table office to capture the report in its entirety, as having been read. Mr. Speaker, your Committee on Youth, Sports and Culture met and deliberated on the estimates for the Ministry and its agencies. And in our deliberations, Mr. Speaker, we want to commend the Minister and his team for the wonderful job and leadership shown at the Ministry, especially in respect of the preparations for the 13th African Games to be held in March 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Minister informed the committee that all preparations are set and all the facilities required for the Games are in readiness for the Games to take off in March 2024. Mr. Speaker, this particular Games has brought massive sports infrastructure construction and massive sports infrastructure construction in Ghana. The first ever aquaculture and multi-purpose hall for the Games. Mr. Speaker, again, we must commend the Ministry and the team for the efforts, the LOC, for all the preparations in respect of the 13th African Games. We want to also commend the Minister for qualifying for the AFCON Games to be held in Côte d'Ivoire 2024, January. Also, the achievement by the Black Princess, Ghana Black Princesses, who won the and the Black Queen, who won the Wafu Zombie Championship. The Black Starlets winning the 4th UEFA Under-16 Youth Development Tournament. Mr. Speaker, I mentioned of the infrastructure for the Games and after the Games in terms of its usefulness to sports and fiscal development, in terms of earnings, marketing earnings, and all others in relation to the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, agencies such as the Youth Employment, National Youth Authority invested so much in skills towards employability and productivity. They also invested in the youth in our great enterprise support programs, and then training of adolescents and reproductive health, and also they commissioned the 3 youth resource centers in Koforidua, Axim, and Wa. Mr. Speaker, the challenges for this particular ministry relates to the timely release of their funding, and then the timely releases, and also their inability to access funds as and when tournaments come up. And for that matter, the committee observed that they had to rely on the Ministry of Finance for some releases that were not within the budget. And we are asking that in future, the committee recommended to the ministry that they should plan ahead in terms of the sporting tournaments and all other activities that are supposed to be captured within the year. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would want to recommend that this Honourable House approve the budget estimates for the financial year 2024 with allocation of 195,795,973 Ghana cedis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approve the sum of 195,795,973 Ghana cedis for the service of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I would want to observe the allocations for this year and then the additional releases that the Ministry of Finance had to do in the course of the year. And just suppose that with what is allocated for next year and that the programs and activities that they have outlined to undertake, and then see whether they are not likely to come back to this House again with additional releases, and why should we always go on this course? And so, Mr. Speaker, in 2023, the ministry was allocated 395,723,261 Ghana cedis to appropriate, and they have reported additional release to the tune of 77,016,808 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the allocation for 2024 has reduced so significantly to the amount of 195,795,973. And looking at what the ministry has put together being activities for next year, some of which includes the All African Games, and then the games, the AFCON, and several others, include the Olympics Games, and then the qualifiers, and so on and so forth. And I must say, with this 195 million, or what they are allocating for next year, we are likely, definitely likely to see more releases to support the work that they are supposed to do. And so the Ministry of Finance, why do we continue on this tangent? So that at least it will be good, as my chairman indicated, which was an issue discussed at the committee level, that the ministry with its technocrats are able to put together ahead the programs for the ensuing year, and then are able to put together a useful information as to allocations and hence the budget. And so if there should be any variation at all, we believe the media should be able to cater for those variations. The media reviews should be able to cater for that variation, so that we don't see these additional releases and all that. And so, Mr. Speaker, I just hope that this 195 million that we are approving for next year will suffice. I'm sure next year by this time, when we are looking at this figures again, we will be seeing additional releases, and we need to take note of that, and then admonish the Ministry of Finance to desist from that, and probably come next year as early enough, maybe in the course of the media review, and then give them what is due them in order for them to be able to do what they need to be able to do what we all want the ministry to undertake. Mr. Speaker, yes, we have put up on few facilities for All African Games, and we wanted to know the legacy concept of most of this infrastructure being put together. And clearly, the minister assured us that there's some plan and meetings going on, but then there will be the need for us to know the legacy concept. This is because we are aware that when we hosted the CAN 2008, and of course built all the stadia across the country, immediately after the hosting of the games, we saw how the ministry or the National Sports Authority hasn't been so equipped in terms of the resources and then the personnel and the capacity to be able to manage those facilities properly. And we all are aware and know how those facilities have been left to deteriorate, and which is costing the taxpayers extra money to get them in a very good state. And so there will be the need for us to have, in order not to visit the same situation in the case of these new facilities being built for the hosting of this tournament or event, will not be left idling to deteriorate like the others. So there will be the need for legacy concept, and the minister has assured us that there's some work going on in that direction. I pray he is able to expedite action to the committee for input, so that we all know that at least we are veering away from the old trajectory. Mr. Speaker, the government funded our participation in this FIFA World Cup, and we all know the story. We came back home after the first round, but we are aware or have heard that some transfers have happened in terms of the prize money from FIFA. And it was a matter we discussed or raised at the committee, and the minister has assured us that he will be forthcoming with details of it in terms of liaising with the FA, so that we will see what actually came, so that the report in the media can be put to a proper perspective. There will be the need for us to understand how much money was actually transferred and how much is coming to the ministry, and how the ministry intends spending it to benefit the development of sports, and in particular football, so that we all appreciate where we are headed. Mr. Speaker, there will be the need for the National Sports Authority to be supported, or probably, I think, there will be the need for them to be given the free room to operate in terms of their mandates. They are actually responsible for sport development from talent, hunts, and many other. Leader, okay, I'll be fast. Okay, so there will be the need for National Sports Authority to be given all the full, mandates it deserves to be able to deliver on their. And so I will applaud the ministry for the LI that was represented to the House, awaiting maturity after 21 days of sitting, and so that will then give them all the needed powers to be able to do the needful. But they must also move very fast in collaborating with the Ministry of Education, for that matter, Ghana Education Service, to bring to fruition the school sports development. There will be that effective collaboration to make sure that the school sports development is realized as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, I want to conclude by urging the House to approve the sum of 195,795,973 for the services of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. Yes, Leader, do you want to make a contribution?
Speaker, briefly, if you may indulge me. Speaker, let me commend the committee for a good job, and just a brief comment on the report. Speaker, page 6 of the committee's report, item 5.1.2.4, talks about the draft anti-doping bill. And the report goes ahead to say that as part of preparation for the hosting of the 13th African Games, a draft anti-doping bill is being considered and has been sent to the Attorney General's Department for it to be finalized. I want to urge the Minister to do the needful to ensure that we put finality to this because of its importance in the hosting of this auspicious and important tournament. Yes, and we are counting on the Minister to ultimately ensure that Ghana will make a very good impression of itself. It's not just hosting of the tournament. On national sports policy, so that this has been a matter that has engaged citizens of this country in terms of the need for us to have a national sports policy. It's gratifying to know that the ministry has put in motion very good efforts, and I will speak. The draft policy is being forwarded to the National Development Planning Commission, hoping that finality will be put to work for cabinet approval. This I find as a very significant achievement. So not too long ago, I visited the regional capital, the Eastern region, and I was amazed at the extent of work, the resource center that's been built there, and many other parts of this country seeing such important and glamorous sports facility and youth resource centers. I think the minister needs to be supported in this regard, that it has to spread across. Where I grew up, the Volta region, I know, and I see my good friend, the Chief Whip staring at me. There's another one very close to his constituency, a youth resource center. If we can have many of these facilities across the nation, it will actually engage the youth of our country, and therefore to put them away from other social vices. So let me commend and urge the House to support the passage, the adoption of this report, and for the amount advertised to be earmarked to the ministry. But to conclude, that, Minister, you agree with me, these days our Black Stars is becoming a pale shadow of itself. And as we are heading towards another African tournament, senior team tournament, we urge you to do everything and anything, including the changing of our national coach if need be. We can't just go there and just be part of the number of teams. And you've always said that we are 4-time champions. This thing is becoming old-time glory. We want to do something for ourselves. And Minister, I know you can do it. Just as you've supervised the construction of these beautiful youth centers, please help and let's get the Black Stars in a good shape. So with these words, I urge the House to support the passage of this report.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I agree that the All-African Games is very, very important and crucial for this country. I also think that it is our aim to win in all the major activities that we participate in. My worry is the release of funds for the team's preparation. Team Ghana needs to prepare adequately. About 15 or less sports could qualify the team to participate in the next Olympic Games in Paris. Mr. Speaker, Every country that hosts any tournament of this magnitude has the intention to win. And if we do not achieve that target, it means the investment, though very, very necessary, will not also ginger our sportsmen and women for future competitions and thereby use their resources judiciously. I also want to talk about the maintenance of our sporting facilities. Yes, Ghana has spent a lot of money. We now have the state-of-the-art facilities for track and field, which means that we can host major IAF competitions. But the worry is, do we have that maintenance culture? Maintenance culture is a problem in this country. We put up facilities in Sekondi. Today, what is the state of the Sekondi sports stadium? What is the state of the Accra sports stadium? And what is the state of the Aliu Muhammad sports stadium? They all need money to put them into good shape to be able to host major football competitions. But as it is, the piecemeal release of funds is not making this stadium to become a profitable venture for the development and promotion of football in the country. I'm, however, worried and disturbed, and I pointed that out to the NSC, that the stadium were constructed to promote sports-related activities. A short while ago, the Accra Sports Stadium was earmarked for concert. And I want to know whether that is part of the mandate of the NSC. NSC, by their structure, are supposed to develop and promote sports. But they have chosen to deny Accra House of Folk the use of that venue for that crucial match against Asante Kotoko. Both teams have lost revenue as a result of not allowing us to play on their traditional home grounds, but moved the match to Kumasi, and because Kotoko were not the host team, attendance was not as good as it would have been if it were at the Accra Sports Stadium. So I want to advise the minister to ensure that such practices by the NSC, by relegating sports-related activities to the background and giving the facility for the promotion of other unrelated activities for the purpose for which the stadium has been put up. The other issue that is of major concern, which has been amply mentioned by my ranking member, is the use of the sports college and the allocation of funds for that sector. The sports college is at ground zero. The objective and purpose for the construction of that facility has been grossly abused. They are no longer running technical courses, which is the reason why that sports college was established. The sports college was established in line with sports colleges as obtained in the advanced country, so that various levels of coaches will be trained and certificated before they can coach any club in the country, either in football, track and field, handball, basketball, you name them. Today, the college is lying there. They have nothing to show, except on a few occasions, some clubs go to rent the place for their camping and so on. At its peak, the national team of Gambia brought their youth team at the sports college for well over 6 months, and they were trained by Coach Osam Dodu, the late Coach Osam Dodu, and that is what has transformed the Gambia national team to a very high standard as it is today. Others traveling to other neighboring countries from Cote d'Ivoire always felt that the safest place to camp and to train was the sports college. Today, that is not the case. So, while supporting the approval of the budget, I want this House to consider, when they come in the mid-year with another budget, to give them the necessary funding to upgrade the facilities at the sports college. And finally, Mr. Speaker, the cost of hosting the All-African Games will erode the budget of the NSC, of the ministry. The cost of hosting it will erode the budget of the NSC. And that will require additional funding. So since we have several African countries coming and international bodies who will be participating at the Games, Mr. Speaker, this House must consider that the NSA, the ministry itself, the LOC, and all bodies concerned will need extra funding when we come to discuss their budget at the mid-year review budget session. On this note, I ask that this House approves the ministry's budget of 195,793,973 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Youth and Sports. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister, you want to conclude?
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the report of the Committee of the Youth, Sports and Culture. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me also assure the entire House that the country is prepared. We are in the final stage of our preparation of hosting the entire African continent here, comes March 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have provided currently the biggest aquatic center in Africa with a 10-lane competition pool, 8-lane warm-up pool. We have also constructed a multi-purpose hall, a 1,000-seater multi-purpose hall, which will be taken for the other indoor games like basketball, boxing. Mr. Speaker, we are constructing currently, and the contractors are just about to hand over this month, a 5-tennis court, one of them covered with 1,000-seater capacity. Also, a multi-purpose dome has been constructed. The University of Ghana Sports Stadium, which started in 2007, currently has been reconfigured and is just at the final stage of completion. Mr. Speaker, what is important in these facilities that we are providing? All these facilities are to meet the international standard that will allow us to host the games, and also even beyond the games. We can host any championship, whether athletics, because we have asked the contractors and the federations to ensure that all these facilities are satisfied by the international bodies. So the company currently installing the tracks, Mundo, is the world's #1 company when it comes to athletics tracks. And that's the company currently installing the Mundo tracks at both the University of Ghana Sports Stadium, Ultima sports facilities that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, Again, the youth resource centers, the 10 youth resource centers we started, 6 of them currently are all ready for commissioning. On the 28th of this month, His Excellency the President of the Republic will be going to Kufodia to commission the Kufodia Sports Stadium. And also, at the grassroots level, Mr. Speaker, we are ensuring that we provide sports facilities for the grassroots for sports development. And almost 154 AstroTurfs facilities have been constructed across the country. Mr. Speaker, also at the youth front, the National Youth Authority have also engaged, roll out the National Volunteer Program, which is also engaging a lot of youth at the various communities. We have also the STEP program, almost 657 youth have been engaged in training in cosmetology, fashion and design, and also ICT training. All this is to empower the youth at the grassroots on digital literacy at the grassroots level. Mr. Speaker, with this massive work that we are doing, we can only ask this Honorable Arts House to support us by approving this budget so that we can finish our preparation in hosting the entire African continent. We are expecting over 5,000 athletes, 3,000 officials, volunteers, 2,000 volunteers, and spectators in thousands. In terms of online and global viewing, we are expecting more than 5 billion because we are partnering with the Olympic Channel as one of the media partners that will be broadcasting the sporting facilities. 30 sporting disciplines, Mr. Speaker, will be competed for. 8 of them will be Olympic qualifiers. So all the athletes have to come to Ghana to qualify in the 8 sporting disciplines. The rest, 7 of them are just demonstration sports. And it will also help in boosting the local economy of this country. As part of the legacies, Mr. Speaker, we are leveraging on this to position Accra as a sports hub and making sure that we are also in talks with the AU, the owners of the games, to declare Accra as the 2024 African Sports City, where we will engage various federations to organize more sporting events beyond the games. Mr. Speaker, thank you so much for the opportunity and the support throughout this period to ensure that we have gotten to where we are. We are grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Other members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the report. Say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The report of the Committee on Sports is adopted. The House has approved the sum of 195,795,973 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Youth and Sports for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, may we go on to page 14? And we take in item 23 on page 14.
14.
Yes, Speaker. Page 14, item 23.
Very well. Item 23. Motion by the Minister for Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, before I move the motion, may I ask permission to make an amendment to the figure that you see on item 23, which reads 71,008,416, which is not what the ministry presented to your committee. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the committee's report, if I get the permission, then we can make the amendment before I move the motion. the figure that was put before your committee and which the committee has prepared its report on is 111,008,416 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, I seek your permission to make such amendment on the item 23.
Yes, please. Permission granted. Please effect the amendment before you move the motion. Yes.
So Mr. Speaker, with your permission, then I can move the motion on item number 23, that this Honorable House approve the sum of 111,008,416 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Somebody's mic is on there, over there. Who is there? Yes. Yes, Honorable Member for.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the Minister moved, he sought permission to move for an amendment. And I thought that he would have moved for the amendment to be accepted before the substantive motion is moved, so that we approve the figure as amended before it is then moved for the motion is moved for approval by the House. As a matter of procedure, I think that is the right thing to do.
The amendment is not by motion. It's a correction of the order paper before he moves the motion. Right? Yes. Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, your committee on Youth, Sports and Culture met, and Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion and urge this Honorable House to approve the amount of 111,008,416 Ghana cedis for the financial year ending 2024. In seconding the motion, Mr. Speaker, I want to make two quick observations relating to the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs. Mr. Speaker, the ministry is a very important ministry. Its activities cut across so many sectors, and it's the committee's observation that their funding challenges must be tackled with all seriousness and alacrity. It is the committee's recommendation that the ministry is viewed within the national security architecture in terms of its activities in relation to conflict resolution and disputes, especially in relation to both religious and land issues. Currently, Mr. Speaker, the committee visited the ministry's offices and realized that their accommodation is so inadequate for their activities. And we hope that these releases will help in its efforts to build new facilities for their activities. Mr. Speaker, the religious aspect of their activities mean that they will need spontaneous responses to a lot of their requests. And that is why we are recommending that some portion of, for instance, the tourism levy is allocated to the ministry for their activities, because within the structure of tourism, a lot of activities are related to chieftaincy and the cultural activities relating to our local or traditional governance structures. And for that matter, the committee recommended that part of the tourism levy, if possible, is allocated to the ministry for their activities. We are looking at also a chieftaincy fund for them to use for their the kind of activities that spring up within their sector, especially dispute resolution and other issues that are not usually planned for. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I would want to recommend that the amount is approved for the financial year ending 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that this Honorable House approve the sum of 71,008,416 Ghana cedis for the service of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, as it's already alluded to, the work of the ministry is so paramount and important to the extent that the stability we currently enjoy can be attributed to the role of our traditional authorities in their various units in resolving conflicts that transcend various areas. Chieftaincy as well, land disputes, family matters, and so on and so forth. And so, Mr. Speaker, their work is such an important one that, in fact, the national security of this country can equally rest on their shoulders to really govern this country and make sure we are all safe and all that. Mr. Speaker, the ministry has a lot of challenges. A lot of challenges in dispute resolution. And I'm happy to see the effort by the ministry to amend the law or sections of the law. We cannot discount the role of our Queen Mothers in conflict resolution. But where our Queen Mothers are involved, I think we can be sure that you will have a long-lasting solution to a lot of disputes. Because they then look at what then the entire society and the generality of the entire country is governed smoothly and in peace. And so the amendment being proposed, and I'm sure you will be presenting eventually after Cabinet to this House, should include a thorough engagement with our Queen Mothers to know what is really happening to them and what they think should be looked at, so that they are also given a fair place in the Committee of Chieftaincy and Traditional Rulership. Mr. Speaker, I must say that our judicial committees at the various House of Chiefs are also facing challenges, because currently we know anytime one panel member is absent, nothing goes on, because arriving at decisions becomes very difficult. And that will require a constitutional amendment as well as some amendment given to the law as well. So I'll urge the Minister to look at both, so that we can expand the number from 3 to 5 to enable a quick dispatch of matters before them. If you go and take a full audit of some of the cases before them, you will notice that some are pending over 5 years, some are 6 years, some are 8 years old, and so on. It's as if, a delayed justice is equal to justice denied, in a way. And when it happens in a vacuum like that, it fosters all kinds of problems and all kinds of issues, and that again smarts some conflicts and all that. There are a lot of conflicts simply because of delayed, adjudication on matters before the Judicial Committee. So there will be the need to look at that and then help in resolving that. Mr. Speaker, I think this is a ministry that must be taken serious and it should be supported. I always say that culture is the ingredient or DNA of tourism. In fact, every area you visit, the sights and sound, the food and everything is just a story about the way the people live and the people they. And so the culture aspect of our life is so key
which then tells our unique identity. And so people travel from far to just go and watch and see how we live and how we do our thing, and how great men and women of our old really did their thing for people to come and learn from. And so there will be the need, and the committee called for one thing, that the tourism levy, portion of it, to an extent we should be advocating that be given to the culture, to be given to the Ministry of Chieftaincy, in order for them to be able to do their work, because it's very important. They need it so that they will be able to do what is needed. I'm happy to hear that you are working on the kind of religious policy for the country. There's a need for us to start looking at that, and it's a very good step in that direction. And so the ministry, the Speaker, so far, well, except that it's a desert, and therefore that needs to be supported with resources to enable them to achieve their aim. Succession to schools and schemes is one area. Research into them. Sometimes the choice you make at the ministry of where to go and carry out these activities needs to be, devoid of a semblance of choosing some places over others. There should be the way you should spread equally across the country, so that you'll be seeing really doing what is needed, representatively across the entire country. Mr. Speaker, I conclude by saying that I urge this House to approve the sum of 71 million and 8,416 Ghana cedis for the ministry for the financial year December.
The figure is correct, 800 million, not 8. The figure.
It's been corrected.
The report. The last question.
Well, urge the House to approve the sum as contained in the report for appropriation and for the financial year 31st December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this opportunity given to me is truly appreciated, and mainly because this is a sector that has culture. My umbilical cord was cut there. Youth can be found in culture, they can be found in the tourism sector, they can be found in the sports sector, and indeed, even in the religious sector. The potential that this sector has is very, very huge if we manage it properly. And so I'm going to speak in favor of accepting this document and appeal that the resources being sought by the ministry be granted to them. However, I just want to appeal that there's need for us to look at the low-hanging fruits and tap into them. I recall that many years ago, Mr. Shibomens of blessed memory clothed the Black Stars in kente smocks, signifying an identity which is marketable on the international platform. If you see the Americans and their sports, they would have an icon in the music sector come and sing either their national anthem or one such song before they start playing football or soccer or whatever it is. I rarely see the marriage between the sports sector and the culture sector, and that's worrying. What we can do is to use those platforms that sports has on the continent and globally to promote the same culture and tourism that we want to benefit from as a sector. you want to benefit from the 1% tourism levy, you have to contribute to the platforms that increase visibility for the country, so more returns can come and you can come and share in the fruits of that enterprise. Mr. Speaker, I come from Katu South, where Nogopo is found. And this is a place where people come just to see where Nogopo is. I want to urge the ministry that they pay attention to other such places in the country. Akonedi is there, Nogopo is there, I think it's Tigari or so. These places are potentially areas where you can find tourism direction, but you have to promote that. You have to work in tandem with the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, Arts and Culture, so that we can benefit more than we are doing. I think working in silos and in our own spaces without seeking to collaborate with like-minded agency is what is making it difficult for us to achieve the maximum revenue that we seek to get to develop our sector. And Mr. Speaker, with that, I want to support the ministry, and I thank you for the opportunity to contribute. Thank you.
Very well. Before we come to the minister, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During our engagement with the ministry, we identified other traditional authorities. The case of the Queen Mothers, their role in the traditional setting, the role of the Ebusiapenyi, to be considered through a thorough research work and how they can be integrated into the traditional system. Then, in northern Ghana in particular, we have chiefs and landowners. In my jurisdiction, the landowners are the Tindanas, and the chiefs play the traditional role as required by law. So in order to harmonize the relationship and to integrate all those who are in the periphery to support the chieftaincy secretariat, we recommended to the Ministry of Chieftaincy that when carving the new law, they should look at how best these areas that I've mentioned, the institutions, can be factored into the new law. Mr. Speaker, the monies that we give to them or allocate to them is woefully inadequate. They are not able to employ or engage more research officers to support the work of the ministry. The ministry has a lot to do so far as our nation is concerned. Their activities promote the work of the security agencies and to ensure peace in their area of jurisdiction. I would suggest also that in critical situations, the Ministry of National Security should be able to support the chieftaincy ministry to facilitate some of the issues that arise out of chieftaincy conflict. At the same time, the religious bodies are very critical and well respected in this nation. But it is only when things have gone haywire that we remember to rope them into such peace-building efforts. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, I urge this House to approve entirely their budget and to consider them for more allocations in subsequent budgets that they will present. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Minister.
I'm a chief.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank honourable members for the contribution to the debate. And Mr. Speaker, as your committee chairman said, there's a lot that the ministry needs resources to do. And the appeal to get the tourism levy, for instance, as a contributor would be very helpful, and others. And on that note, Mr. Speaker, I thank you and I ask for the approval of the motion number 23. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. This House has approved the sum of 111,860,000 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Chieftaincy and Religious Affairs for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, I'm waiting for you, Leader.
Speaker, page 16. Item 36.
Very well. Item 36, the motion, Minister for Transport.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you for this opportunity to move item 36 on today's order. But Mr. Speaker, before I do so, I would like to seek your leave to amend the figure as it appears in today's order paper. Today's order paper, Mr. Speaker, is 550 million.
Sorry.
But the Ministry of Finance, upon further discussion with the Ministry, has revised the figure to 800 million. 32,705 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, you have a letter.
Let's be clear with the correction. We are changing 550 to 800.
Yes, sir.
The rest will remain the same. Is that right?
Yes. It's additional commitment for the ministry.
Very well. Is there any issue that I must know of?
Speaker, let's proceed.
Very well. So the motion is in respect of 800 million, 32,705 Ghana cedis. Is that right?
Look. Right, Honourable Speaker, I will humbly request that they get few minutes with the leadership to consult on this very report before we can continue.
The leadership of who? The House?
The minister and the committee members and the leadership. It looks like there's some change in numbers. We want to be sure that those were discussed at the committee. If it was not discussed at the committee, we need to agree on the way forward, please. So give us, step that down for, right, if you can step that down for a few minutes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
At the committee meeting, and at the report that we presented to the committee, we drew the attention of the committee to these changes. And we tendered in the letter from the Ministry of... Mr. Speaker, these changes have come about because if we look at the Ministry of Transport,
your activities.
Some of them are funded by donor agencies. And last year we could not do anything because of this debt restructuring finance. I'm sure the ministry had a discussion with the donor partners and they had agreed that those that should be paid. That is why the figure has been revised from 550 to 850. And we have tendered in the letter from Minister of Finance. We did so at a committee meeting. So I'm surprised the resentment coming from the other side.
Honourable Speaker, so are you saying that that letter was presented to the committee?
Yes, yes, it was. It was. It was.
Can we go and put a figure?
Honorable Adjournment, sir, let me hear you.
Speaker, honorably, I never cited any letter like that. And so, if he's barring it at this time, I think that is inappropriate. Thank you.
Yes.
There's no problem. In this house, we've always agreed to disagree. There's no issue. Speaker, we will stand that down temporarily and proceed to page 11. Page 11 and take item 11. And I'll urge the chair of the committee and the ranking to communicate and do the needful. Speaker, we may proceed.
Leader.
Speaker, I have listened to the ranking member.
Honorable Leader, wait. Honorable Tete, not only are you disturbing, you crossed the maze without bowing on so many occasions.
The Speaker, I said I listened to the ranking member on the Committee on Roads and Transport, and he's saying that he is not cited the letter that the minister and indeed the chairman are talking about. What he has not told this House is that he is not aware of the change in the figure, which is different. He may be aware of the change, but he may not have seen the letter. And it's important, as a ranking member, that he communicates with the chairman. So, Mr. Speaker, as the Chief Whip has said, let's give them some time to confer over the matter and deal with the other matter before us, as the instrument on the narcotics. The instrument on narcotics, get it out of the way, and then we'll come back to that.
He has requested that we stand it down, so I'm standing it down and proceeding to him. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there are no issues really, Mr. Speaker. The only challenge is that colleagues on this side, the minister did the right thing by trying to amend what is in the motion. But the truth is that the details are not known that much to our side. So it's not about anybody trying. I mean, the transport minister is a friend of the House. He's one of those people who has always been here. So it's not about stopping anything. We just need to do the right thing. If you move a motion for 500 million, it's now 800 million. It's a big deal. Even the details of the additional 300 million needed to be known. So we are not actually trying to stop anything. So, Mr. Speaker, within a few minutes, I think we can resolve it and get back to it. So, as the leader directed, let's
very well. The report reflects this change. Page 10 of the report, item 8. It's all recorded. So, but I'll stand that down, go and come back and confirm what to do. Honorable Minister, we've stood your motion down. We'll call you back. Is that we should deal with the next one, item 11, right?
Yes, Speaker, we're moving on to page 11. Page 11 and take item 11.
Very well. Item 11. The chairman of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move for the adoption of the report of the Committee on Subsidiary Legislation on the Narcotics Control Commission Cultivation and Management of Cannabis Regulations 2023. Mr. Speaker, the regulations Mr. Speaker, the regulations were laid in accordance with Article 11(7)(a) of the Constitution by the Minister responsible for the Interior, the Honorable Ambrose Dere, on November 9, 2023. And Right Honorable Speaker referred the regulations to the Committee for consideration and report. Mr. Speaker, the committee had the privilege of holding a pre-laying consideration with the Minister and technical staff of the Ministry, as well as lawyers from the Attorney General's Department. At that meeting, members were briefed extensively on the regulations and their purpose, and we made extensive revisions of the regulations before they were finalized and sent to the drafting division. Mr. Speaker, upon referral, the committee reviewed and considered the final version of the regulations. The committee was guided in its deliberations by the Constitution, the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020, Act 1019, and the standing orders of this House. Mr. Speaker, your committee came to the conclusion that the regulations do not contravene the Constitution and they are not ultra vires the powers conferred on the Minister under Section 112, subsection 3, paragraph B of the Narcotics Control Commission Act. Mr. Speaker, in terms of background, cannabis, that is the substance or the plant sought to be regulated, has a long history in Ghana, with evidence suggesting its cultivation and use dating back centuries. Historically, cannabis was often woven into the fabric of traditional practices. It was grown for various purposes, including medicinal, spiritual, and cultural purposes. And Mr. Speaker will remember fondly the famous case of Nyamneba and others. That is so, Mr. Speaker. You remember your first year law, faculty of law, criminal law. Mr. Speaker, that was the case. Our lecturer then, Professor Cromwell, loved the name and he romanticized it. Very well, Mr. Speaker. So, talking about the spiritual uses, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the liberty of reading part of what was stated in the case of Nyamneba and others versus the state. In that case, the fifth appellant gave evidence as follows regarding the spiritual use of what they call the herb of life. Mr. Speaker, he said, I am a farmer. I'm quoting. I live in Princess Town. My leaves are leaves of life. I smoke the leaves which give me wisdom, understanding, and strength, so that I do not do after some other people's lives. I don't steal. I don't lead a bad life. I don't give false evidence against others. I am able to conform to the 10 Commandments. When I smoke, I preach the gospel, and others do that, and to others, so that they lead good lives. When I smoke the leaves, I don't drink. In Genesis chapter 2, verse 9, the leaves are referred to. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, this is just to emphasize the spiritual use of cannabis in this country. Mr. Speaker, in the 20th century, Ghana, like many other countries, implemented strict regulations on cannabis due to international pressure and changing attitudes towards the plant. The cultivation became illegal, with intermittent periods of stricter enforcement under various governments. Despite regulatory measures against the cultivation and use of cannabis, its cultivation and use for various purposes, including recreational use, went underground, and law enforcement became problematic. In recent times, Mr. Speaker, there has been a global shift in attitudes towards cannabis, with some countries reconsidering their policies, that is, their regulatory policies, including a shift towards medicinal and recreational legalization of the plant. Mr. Speaker, the global shift and increasing realization of the benefits of cannabis cultivation for industrial and medicinal purposes was reflected in the passage of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020 at 1019. This House, after deep consideration and deliberation, voted to pass the Act with a provision to legalize the cultivation and use of cannabis for industrial and medicinal purposes. The Act mandated the Minister, on the recommendation of the Board, to make regulations by legislative instrument to give effect to or to enable effect to be given to the Act within 12 months after the coming into force of the Act. This regulatory milestone is expected to pave the way for the development of a well-regulated cannabis industry in Ghana, ensuring its cultivation and usage to an adherence to strict guidelines and quality standards. Mr. Speaker, the smooth passage of the instrument into law was truncated as a result of the declaration of the Supreme Court in the case of Izuame Manan versus the Attorney General and the Speaker of Parliament, suit numbered J1/11/2021, which declared Section 43 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act unconstitutional. To remedy the situation, the Narcotics Control Commission Amendment Bill 2023 was passed into law by Parliament to empower the Minister to grant licenses for cannabis cultivation within the country. The committee notes that with the coming into effect of the legislation, Ghana takes a significant step towards harnessing the potential industrial and medicinal benefits of cannabis cultivation, such as the production of fiber, seed, medicine and medicine in a regulated manner. Mr. Speaker, your committee decided to conduct its own independent research into the regulatory purposes of the regulations as laid, and we made the following findings. Mr. Speaker, studies conducted by UNCTAD, that is the United Nations Commission on International Trade and Development, indicate that the industrial hemp has potential benefits to countries that have legalized its cultivation and management. These are economic, industrial, foreign exchange, employment, and medicinal benefits. Every part of the industrial hemp plant, from the roots to the flowers and seeds, have potential industrial and medicinal properties which can be a boost to the economy of the country. The roots of the hemp, for instance, has immense agricultural benefits such as soil regeneration, soil decontamination, water depollution, reduction in the use of pesticides and herbicides, and carbon dioxide. The roots, leaves, and flowers also provide organic compounds for extraction into oil, dried extracts for pharmaceutical and herbal teas. The stalks may be extracted for fiber, toes, heads, and pulp for paper, construction and insulation materials, biofuels, animal beddings, and textiles. The hemp seed can be used to produce oil seed cake for sewing, foods and beverages, cosmetics, and supplement for biodiesel production. Mr. Speaker, studies in the United States of America, China, Russia, the Netherlands, and other industrial hemp exporting countries also indicate that the cultivation of hemp has a value chain that will create youth employment at different stages of the value chain, thereby addressing the high unemployment challenge in the country. The hemp value chain could include farmers, agricultural workers, researchers, the manufacturers, exporters, and retailers. The industrial hemp-derived products, including CBD, infused goods, could create avenues for entrepreneurs to set up businesses that use the raw material to produce finished goods for local consumption. Mr. Speaker, economically, a report by the United Nations Conference on Trade and Development also indicates that the global market for industrial hemp could hit 18.6 billion by 2027. The Brainy Institute has also indicated that by 2032, the market size of industrial hemp will be around 28.7 billion United States of American dollars. The UNCTAD report also emphasizes that the growing hemp market offers significant economic opportunities that all countries may capitalize on. In an effort to address the balance of payment and foreign exchange challenges, industrial hemp, which has a large market size with a potential of reaching 28.47 billion in the next decade, provides a great opportunity for Ghana into the cultivation of cannabis to access the global market. This will help Ghana diversify its economy and end the foreign exchange needed, and to assist the country address its balance of payments challenges. Mr. Speaker, the regulations are meant to operationalize Section 1123B of the Narcotics Control Commission Act, as I've stated, and the basic regulatory purpose is to license the cultivation, processing, distribution, sale, export for sale, and importation of cultivars, grains, seeds, and biomass of cannabis with not more than 0.3 THC, that is tetrahydrocannabinol content, on a dry weight basis. Mr. Speaker, the regulations provide for a strict licensing regime throughout the value chain, that is from cultivation to processing and transportation and distribution. Mr. Speaker, your committee members raised concerns about the legalization of the cultivation of cannabis or hemp due to the public perception that it may result in the use of cannabis for recreational purposes. Experts from the Commission explained that the LI is targeting the regulation and management of industrial hemp and not the marijuana plant, which has a much higher THC content that causes psychoactive or mind-altering effects upon consumption. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to make it abundantly clear that this is not for the legalization of the recreational use of cannabis. Mr. Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, let me cite Section 137, I believe, Section 137 of the Narcotic Control Commission Act. Section 137 makes it an offense yes, ma'am. Okay. What did I do? Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's actually Section 37, not 137. Mr. Speaker, yes. 37 provides as follows. 37.1, a person who, without lawful authority, proof of which lies on that person, has possession or control of a narcotic drug for use or for trafficking, commits an offense. And Mr. Speaker, it goes on to say that a person who commits an offense in subsection 1 for use is liable on summary conviction to a fine imposed in accordance with the penalties specified in the second schedule, and an additional term of imprisonment specified in the second schedule if the fine is not paid. So, Mr. Speaker, this puts it beyond doubt that Parliament has not legalized cannabis for recreational purposes, and that anybody caught using cannabis for recreational purposes on the belief that it has been legalized will only be putting themselves into trouble. Mr. Speaker, in the circumstances, your committee has recommended that the legislative instrument be allowed to pass in accordance with Article 11(7)(a) of the Constitution after the mandatory 21 sitting days have elapsed. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Ranking Member.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and to make my contribution on the report presented by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, Ghana cannot be left behind in this big economy of medicinal cannabis. Mr. Speaker, gone through an process of presenting the committee's report of 2023 to 2028, making it over 23.97 billion in trade of medicinal cannabis. A lot has been said about airline to issue licenses for the cultivation and other activities related and assure that the right people are granted licenses to undertake this very important system is trying to promote a certain business within the act, but you find other people trying to cut corners to undertake certain things and evaluation mechanisms within the act and ensure that the right people play within the rules and the regulations.
Defense and Interior, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me start by commending such a brilliant report, Mr. Speaker, contained in the section 43 of Act 1019. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after went to the Supreme Court and sought a declaration, and somehow the Supreme Court granted the Supreme Court, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the reasoning of the Supreme
court was simply to the effect that this House omitted proposed and by consensus, this House accepted that the proposed amendment this House was unconstitutional. And therefore, the entirety of Section 43 be struck out. This House did not agree with the Supreme Court, and therefore which had been struck out. This round, the memorandum was very detailed, and we only debate when we disagree. When we reach consensus, we don't waste pressure. Done that, Mr. Speaker, I am not sure would be where we are now, because the legislative instrument has been late in coming, and our failure to pass the legislative and export of industrial cannabis may have caused us some financial we are talking about an industry which has the potential to reach over 28 billion United States in the next 2 years. Mr. Speaker, the export of industrial cannabis, which has become a gold mine for some countries, to show up the economy in this. Having said that, I would make particular reference to section. Sorry. Hemp. Even though the two belong to the same family, there is a clear. Now, with respect to the marijuana that is criminalized under the same act, the THC is what makes humans. When they smoke it, humans smoke it. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Okujeto is human, so when so it's the THC. But Mr. Speaker, industrial has a THC component of 0.3. 0.3 THC because you won't get high. What is he saying about industrial speaker is the cannabidol is the essential part.
With the regulations, not the Parent Act. My colleague is talking about. He's sending us on a wild goose chase. And I see that member who is on the floor, he say that when Okujeto smokes, the speaker, he didn't correct it. He said, when you smoke. Mr. Speaker, if you are he said, when he smokes.
Let the record reflect that he means if he smokes. So
okay, he said, when he smokes. Whether it's but he's used the proper word that if he smokes, but he said he's privy to some information.
before we proceed, let me that the House sits outside the regular sitting hours, having regard to the state of the House.
That even though the law we have passed for ourselves that this does not make us very competitive, because if you look around places such as Zimbabwe, have found it necessary to up the THC level to 1%. And the THC content to 1% in order to make Ghana competitive. This LI can eradicate youth unemployment. This LI would, Mr. Speaker, properly. 3 billion CDs loan from the IMF would be unnecessary if we streamline the of industrial credit.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute. I support I would also urge all members to support the legislative instrument to complement the act that we passed ourselves in this House, in contributing, I would want to state and refer us to has been able to, when it comes to the regulation related we can't pass ourselves out of what is happening in the international. We live in a global world. Is going in terms of taking out the negativities that are attached to cannabis and and Mr. Speaker, they have made enormous and I don't think what Ghana is doing is any different. We are not reinventing the wheels. The standard and as we all know, legislative instruments, regulations and all that are made so would then take care of all these nitty-gritties to go with the current law. Mr. Speaker, shouldn't be under the impression that Act 1019 has cannabis. Mr. Speaker, we have streamlined it and we're targeting its medicinal and industrial needs for purpose competitive to the industry. Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about just a leaf in someone's backyard. We're talking about if we have our fertile lands here and we support the motion that is on the floor, we have taken that big step, which is passing the parent. Is complementing it, and it is nothing. It's not going to depart from the framework, the legal framework. If you look on page 9 of the report, indicates that the global market for cannabis would hit USD 28.47 billion. Mr. Speaker, on our farms to take a bite of this projection that the United Nations has made. We have to move away from the traditional sources of income or foreign earnings for this country, being gold, being payments or balance sheets. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I would want to present it so that we can have the medicinal. I thank you for the great opportunity.
Yes.
For the adoption of this report. Mr. Speaker, in doing so, let me highlight a couple of matters beating the path on which we are today. Morocco, Mr. Speaker, Rwanda, Mr. Speaker, what is very interesting is that that is why the honorable member for unconstitutional and of commercial competitiveness, economic competitiveness, we may be beaten to it by countries which is estimated to be worth by 2028 272 the global value in 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the estimation contribution of some material within the cannabis chain as we speak, and that comes to about 37.2 billion, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, therefore, such as we are doing, the necessary industrial structures must be of the committee ably stated. this legislation is not a bandwagon one. It's Mr. Speaker, at page 2 of the report, Mr. Speaker. Report. The committee observed as follows, particularly at paragraph 7, necessity of subsection 3 of section 112 of the Narcotics Control Commission Act 2020 class of persons to whom a license for the cultivation of cannabis may be granted. So the law as well in order to qualify to the license. 2. The classification of the cannabis plants. So the plant it is not those grown in the wild that you can go and nest at your backyard and cultivate and think that the market place where you have to deliver the goods for purposes of its commercial value, that is for industry. The agency set up for this. So it is going to be organized in a strictly if you want to supply is determined in the law. The distributors of cannabis. So to even supply, there are strict legal. So, Mr. Speaker, the point that must be stressed is that if anybody is interested after today to a wild area in your village and think that you are business because Parliament will be providing the seedlings that the licensed farmers will have to plant. So yes, the issues have been stated regarding the commercial web and all, but I think that as a people, as we develop the speaker, I believe that with these words, I want to encourage the House to adopt this report. I thank you for the opportunity.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this legislation. Mr. Speaker, I think the way we speak I heard colleagues make reference to even Zimbabwe. Mr. Speaker, just last month, last year, only 2,500 tons of weed or the product was illegal. Where is the control you are talking about there? So the idea that we are doing this and it's going to be under a certain control. It's not going to take whatever he got to a laboratory to test the HT before he smokes and a THC. And none of you already have in this country. Why are we pretending that this is going to solve our problem? Minister, do you even know how many people that the sources we produce are low? We are unable to police the amount of electricity we produce in the country. Talking about this. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that Ghana is blessed enough with gold, diamond. So the reason we are coming to expose ourselves even to much a risk. Why from this thing to save our economy? That who is coming to solve our economy, save our economy. Mr. Speaker, I believe the cost of men is coming. I mean, all the countries you mentioned, which of these countries' economy have gotten better since they started growing? Mr. Speaker, all the countries they mentioned. Country, show me the country that has gotten better. Is it Zimbabwe? To the extent that for the first time in my life, I've seen Zimbabwe use and the use of this for medicinal purposes. Fine, but in our country, we don't have a record policing things that evidence that you have the capability in your ministry, I'm not as a person, have the capability of policing this to make sure that since the inception of this bill, even the Parent Act, I did not see any clause in the not a single clause. You just prescribe punishment. But the problem already exists. How are you solving the existing problem? With them, but I fear for the young people in this country that are already some cities in Canada You can see people smoking, walking up, past you. But go and check the number of psychiatric urge this house to be cautious on this journey. This idea that our economic woes are about to be solved coming rather than an economic messiah. If gold, timber, diamond, e-levy cannot solve our problem, so shall it not.
Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, before the minister takes the floor, I want to make it very clear. My chief refer to weed or wheat. Mr. Speaker, weed has a THC content of 30% maximum. It's nowhere near marijuana or weed in this case. In fact, if the people of are regulating the youth of his constituency getting high, they will not get high at all. In fact, Mr. Speaker, when the minister was moving the motion, it's higher than what we have legalized. So, Mr. Speaker, I beg the chief that what we are doing.
Or you propose to him that we should promote this one at rather than 3.0, or is that we should I thought I was giving it to the minister.
Is what I'm cautioning you. You've had a lot of experiences anytime given a power of licensing. I know you. That we must do. The point that the honourable member raised is very, very important. We've come a long way, Honourable Speaker. We because the reason I mentioned these names is because when I was young in the service, it was unthinkable that we'll be talking about where we are. We need to make sure that knowing our circumstances and the capacities we don't have, will be achieved. Other than that, we'll have challenges. That's all I want to make sure.
Yes, Honourable Minister.
The committee that their report has been a solid one, very well. The discussions that have followed have raised several issues, including monitoring, among others. marijuana started reference to Nyaminiba. What are although ignorance of law is not a defense in that case, because let me emphasize that this not at all. The point has been made at nauseam right from the with it. So actually, what we're talking about has not yet, it has not yet that breed would not bring that class, and it's not for me. That is brand that we are talking about has not yet been cultivated in Ghana. What is cultivated in Ghana is psychoactive content that makes people go wild. This regulation and the law that it derives. Leader, you've spoken. Can we, please, let me emphasize, Mr. Speaker, this country. And therefore, the general talk about we should not be the guide for where I come from, which is bitter in our language and bitter in his, has been consumed very. They do not go high. Our people are level-headed, and indeed pass the bitter passes drug, if there are very psychoactive elements, and secondly, nutritionally, for our well-being is of this whole caution. And indeed, Mr. Speaker, to say that this House has led the is leading the cause, and we shall continue to educate the populace on this matter. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, after the law was passed, they said, Mr. Ambrose Derry, Ganja Master. And that's why I took seriously your amendment of that joke on the other side, about an honorable member of this House say that committee have even honest leader, please. Members of the committee have even alluded to the fact that than what exists in other African countries, which the extra precaution that assuming without should be that is safe to review, we will do so. But for now, let me assure all of you and thank you for your part of the market. Unemployment is a challenge that we need to deal with. And indeed, how much dollars can you earn from that? If we introduce this and enforce it, it will reduce I would like to thank the House and say that this LI will come into force of the rights and the negative aspects of B. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before weed that we call the one you're complaining about, the THC, do they have some resemblance? Look, if on the same field, can we distinguish between the two?
Mr. Speaker, part of the monitoring
between the 30 and the 0.3?
I believe you can. When the plan comes, we'll be able to tell. But what I'm saying, license, as the honorable member on the other side said, it's not just a license. We are telling what to produce. We are telling.
Honorable Minister for Environment, what's your interest in this?
Mr. Speaker, the question you pose, there are so many of the same thing. So, typically from the outside it will be difficult, but when you test it, then you can test it.
The 30%. Can we create a different name for the 0.3 so we can know that
create such that people can relate to the 0.3 rather than the 30.
You know, environmental conditions. It doesn't grow, you know, in the world. It doesn't survive. You have to provide light if you want to have. Yes, please. Yes, yes. So normally it is grown in greenhouses. We don't even have it in Ghana now. We don't have it, and it is modified to some extent. And it is more difficult to grow. Very, very difficult. So you need a lot of. You need a lot of.
The House adopting the report say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Conservation regulations is hereby adopted. Yes.
Item 36 on page 16.
Very well, we are returning to the Ministry of Transport. Motion is
I would like to seek your permission to amend the total figure from 550 million 32,705 page 16. That is the Honorable House to approve the standard and 32,705 the service of the Ministry of Transport for the year ending 31st December 2024.
Yes, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Honorable Minister, and in doing so, I would like to the Committee on Roads and Transport met the Ministry on Monday, the 11th of December, to consider and I would like to mention a few of the base observations. Mr. Speaker, $7,099,877 Ghana cedi was approved for CAPEX in 2020. We're giving an explanation by the ministry because as a result of the debt restructuring, donor funding, and because of the debt restructuring, it has also affected the release of the 800 million. Mr. Speaker, if you look at paragraph 9.7, the ministry, the committee noted International Airport experienced congestion during peak times. The committee therefore urged the ministry to consider the committee also emphasized that such facility will increase parking capacity and also serve as a source of revenue. Budget of the ministry, the committee recommend that the House adopt this report and
Yeah.
To support the motion and the report as presented by we were concerned about how the whole process unfolded. Had some understanding. The concern that we have is that where is that variation going to be covered? We will interrogate when affected. Mr. Speaker, that international issues will have to be sponsored by this ministry, particularly yes, electronic vehicle has come to stay, and the whole world over have a face off entirely fossil fuel, entirely. And Norway, for instance, in 2025, the fact our network, the roads network, is being maintained by a fund. Chunk of the money is through fuel levy, and recently been told we are abolished. Mr. Speaker, in the report, it also came to mind that the expansion be in the past. We know how STC was very effective, and
concerned, many of us, that the services of SDC do not cover many of the areas, and Mr. Speaker, the other aspect of it is the airstrip in various regions. We are aware of the these areas, this space, this property, and the fact that these projects have been suspended, it is proper that we maintain that all these areas that have been suspended, all these projects that have been suspended must be, safeguarded. Maintenance plan or program for all these projects that have been suspended. Otherwise, before we come back and nothing comes in, they will have gone bad again. And the recommendation is that we should put in place a care and maintenance program or a plan so that we can safeguard the integrity that approved, so that the ministry can work and work efficiently. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Commission contribute to the reports laid by our chairman. Mr. Speaker, in 2023, there was a massive improvement in the transport sector, and it's important to put it in a proper context. Talking about we got 927 million approved. I think it is not the best. So we are urging the ministry to make sure that all these releases we all know that the electronic vehicles are going, it's a program that will help us a lot. That is in place, but the awareness creation is very important, because the industry that is going to help us so much. I believe the ministry will have to do much in terms of awareness creation and the route. Yes, these routes you can get them, but you still need buses to move through. We can have the buses for these routes that we are asking them to. With these few words, I believe we should Thank you.
Very well. I'll still give you the chance to talk. For the Ministry of Transport. In doing so, let me join my colleagues in mentioning some few statistics. .18% of the ministry's budget allocation for the year has been released so far. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the budget of the Ministry of Transport for 2024 32.01% and CAPEX 54.42%. The Ministry of Transport has been allocated an amount of over 800 million. Compensation of employees has increased, though by 39.74%, whilst capital expenditure has decreased. Government of Ghana fund to the ministry has increased significantly, whilst donor fund for 2023. Page 6 of the report, Mr. Speaker, and 6 point management and construction of airports either in the central region, western region, or in between the two regions. Later, we were told this airport will come on. But Mr. Speaker, as of now, they are saying either central region feasibility studies. Minister, you are done with feasibility studies, yet you don't know the specific location for this airport. This is not. Mr. Speaker, I'm asking you, is it going to be in the central region, or in the western region, or in between central and western region? You should make it known in your concluding remark. That the development of Bonkra Logistic Terminal, in short, Mr. Speaker, the Bonkra Inland Port is 56 point something. But as this work is going, Mr. Speaker, we know it is the ministry through a contractor that is undertaking this project. Never heard of. Mr. Speaker, I'm raising this issue vis-a-vis the Qatar port. I'm raising this issue considering the Qatar port. Why are you not appointing another Qatar port that feasibility study is not even over, yet you have gone ahead to appoint a CEO? Honorable Minister, page 7 and 6.3, paragraph 6.3, road and management.
office, they have not been able to extend or put up a new regional offices in the new if you may not have regional office, they should have a registration number. Let's take an example, Savannah region. You may not have. There's no office in Otiri, but there's an office in Hohoi, which is part of that. So and you want a regional number, you should be able to get it, Mr. Speaker. The minister was quick to mention this house, Mr. Speaker, with your permission, if I may read, in the last year's budget, 2023. A partnership agreement were signed with the selected strategic partner for the home-based career, which will be known. We have not heard about it. To our surprise, Mr. Speaker, we expected that either you will be able to do it for this year or not. December this year, or by the end of this year, we will have our own home-based career. Unfortunately, or due to ABCD, we are unable to get. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me state here, we really, which was raised, even the chief people was there. Mr. Speaker, the answer given.
Reported on that.
Mr. Speaker, you should, Mr. Speaker, it's your report, so you should be asking your report. We should rather be asking you, Mr. Speaker.
Promise the House that to be done. You are reporting on the outcomes of that budget implementation. In the report, I'll let the chairman explain how come. So you conclude, I'll let the chairman speak.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, on page 9. Mr. Speaker, on page 8, performance outlook for the year 2024. This one, as I said earlier on. Mr. Speaker, the ministry under 7.1 IV procure electric vehicle for the ministry. To move from fossil vehicles using fossil fuels into electronic. Here, the ministry is telling us they are is almost $1 million. The cost of buying one electronic bus is $1 million. The minister is telling us that in budget line. There is no any budget line to procure these buses. It was never mentioned at the committee that you are going to buy these buses. And you said the is this a no. Mr. Speaker, the commissioning of the Jamestown fishing port. Mr. Completed about a year or two ago, left with only Jamestown fishing port. Minister, what is completed for people. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I also recommend that this house
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion able made by for the ministry. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Transport budgets declined the debt restructuring the country is actually going through. And it is with this that the budget of the ministry and Mr. Speaker, the committee noticed the decline of the domestic aircraft movement from 13,096 simply because of the increment or frequent increase in the airfare by the Ghanaians to actually use this particular Mr. Speaker, on the electronic vehicle, about 2 weeks ago, oh yeah. So, Mr. Speaker, the committee actually urged the ministry because the committee concerned actually answered that there will be a stakeholders consultation and the ministry through agencies will actually implement the Speaker, these few words, I want to urge the House to approve the budget for the ministry. Thank you very much.
The 2024 budget of the Ministry of Road Transport. Ministry of Transport. Spoken about, and therefore I'm just going to pick a thing about road safety. The road authority safety, road safety is doing its work. They have this program which is they call Stay Alive.
and they've been working on it for quite years. Coming, the rate of the incidents are coming down, and the severity is also coming down. But they won't see it because some of the best practices in other. Therefore, we should encourage to make sure that the accidents decrease. In terms of the decrease in air travel, yes, it is true that the frequent increase in fares is discouraging those who can afford will use air travel. It will reduce the number of people who actually locations are very far away. The airport, which was mentioned earlier, we need. What I mean is, we need a place airport to travel to Tamale, and unfortunately, from Tamale to Bolga, you may end up spending another plane, maybe 1 hour to Bolga, 1 hour to Tamale. But 6 hours getting to with tourism. Because if somebody is coming into town, he wants to go to for a specific tourist event, to spend so much time traveling between the two places, then it is not, the person may not be very keen. But if he gets plans in Accra, Mr. Speaker, I support the approval of the budget for the mini 2024. Right, Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to make few comments on the report from the aviation that won the best SOE. Indeed, it's an achievement. You just need to go there and see the way nice they are. Things. And I think it should be an example to other SOEs to learn from that. Mr. Speaker, just to continue, we caution that the track record of the promoters did not show anything that gave the fact that they can run an airline. It's in fact all the regional airports we have, Kumasi, none of the so now on what has come of our so-called national career. It's not too late. I can encourage him, terminate it. Yes, we wish Ghanaians it's done. Even this one, they were foreign promoters. Now, up to now, in fact, Mr. Speaker, to be the minister that operationalize once again the national career. So, what you have done so far with the national career. Report. I'm surprised the minister is still talking about an issue. Maybe he's forgotten that that has already taken place. On I thought the Vice President Commission that in August 20 this year. So which one are you still going to, or you are still intending to? I don't even know why you should be talking about this. Mr. Speaker, on Buankra is a very strategic going. Let me say, we keep asking for that logistic terminal to be functional. You need a dedicated railway. So what is the speed of saying that you commission the terminal this year? When you commission it, what are you going to do with it? You're going to ask taking it to. So this mismatch of we are going to compete one next year. I don't get it. It's the same gap. See. You see in our manifesto, it was supposed to happen alongside a railway line going there. So this is your idea, and then going to right with the minister. Mr. Speaker, the EVs, electric vehicle, I want to commend the ministry. I read is going EV in many ways. We are not going to see a day very soon where all vehicles in Ghana will be EVs. But as many our international superstar on environment who have been promoting this. So, Minister, we are looking forward to see the details of your Mr. Speaker, with the landing sites, colleagues have already said this. The Accra, I know what you made. There were a few things show that the number of carnage on our road and the fatalities have reduced marginally. In fact, even if it's we want to see this decline even further. They have also embarked on expansion to the extent that, Mr. Speaker, even Adaklu has got a national road safety. But the deployment of metro mass or the subsidized transportation is also goes to the district capital of Adaklu. And until just last week, I was the ranking member of the Road and Transport Committee. And then very well. The last time this house took a loan to support STC would be 2015 or so. Since then, things now, and I think we should find a way of doing same for public transport.
Before you respond, I have one issue I want you to take into account. Transport General, I say, for all the movement in the country, whether a cargo or human, whatever. Towards providing efforts for each region. If I recall, policy was for be able to achieve that. But to have some regions without a regional office, I want you to address the plan.
I think that I will seek your leave and come to the House with the policy of DVLA in terms of what our plans are. Enough now. If you grant me the permission, I will come with the policy trajectory about what is that we are going to do in terms of at least members of this House. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Ankara, let me thank the honorable member for Adaklu, the honorable the procurement process. Mr. Speaker, at the point in time, we didn't want any government agency to partake in it, but he insisted. Government took a decision that GPHA and GSA should come in and take over. And I can say, today we are 55% complete. And Pricewater did at two most, and they recommended the first 5 years. He read the report. He had a copy. He advised me. So I'm surprised that he's saying that without the railway. Pricewater report, he has read the World Bank report. In fact, when the NDC government commissioned the World Bank to do the report, they came out with two more. The report that the World Bank did, we are going by the report that the Pricewater did. That in the, we can use for the railway line, and the railway line will be constructed. Mr. Speaker, in terms of Kita, once again, Asconi to do the feasibility study. He recommended us and even told me that it's going to take about 3 or 4 years for them. He also knows that the studies have segregated the port infrastructure into government roads and private sector roads. The position is to control that in which government has also concluded the process. Yes, I need to mention Kita because it is a multi-year transaction. In a multi-year transaction, we need to go through about 3 or 4 budget is concerned. So we thank you for your contribution, but don't deceive the general public because I've once again, I've been working with him closely. Anybody at all? Yes, I'll respond to him because of the role that the two the tech structure that we have affected this project, and I'll consider. COVID corner, Mr. Speaker, but we are not, our hands are not tied. I also have to agree to his position. You also into another. So I need to assure you that the advice that he has been giving to me, I've been taking it in good faith, and we are working with it. Mr. Speaker, that feasibility study it has been presented to cabinet. What the cabinet is going to accept the report doesn't mean the cabinet will accept it. Let cabinet make a decision on the matter. I will come to this house and also report. So Mr. Speaker, on the
Address me, please.
Mr. Speaker, with those few words.
The conclusion of the debate. The question is, all in favor of the House adopting the report, say aye. This Honorable House has approved the sum of 800
turn on to page 7 and we're taking item
Honourable members, item 8.
Reports of the Joint Committee on Lands and Forestry and Mines and Energy on the annual budget estimates of the Ministry of Lands
duly laid for distribution to members.
Speaker, page 16.
Item 34. Motion by the Minister for Environment, Science and Technology.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move as this honorable House of the Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st. I beg to move that this honorable House approve the sum of 1,100,000,000 Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st December 2020.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion, and in so doing, from the report. The Speaker, paragraph 7 of the report. $73,985,819 Ghana cedis is an increment budget that the ministry has about 90% increment, and that is largely attributed to some projects to be undertaken to recovery secretariat for plastic management and launch and implementation of the science and technology and innovation The Speaker, many observations were made, and in respect of goods and services to cater for all its 13 institutes. Out of this allocation, the Speaker be woefully inadequate and likely to affect the smooth operation of the Council. Speaker, conclusion of the report is that as we examine policies and programs outlined in the budget consistent with government's agenda towards pursuing growth and development 5,819 Ghana cedis for the services Ministry of Environment. Year. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully submit.
Yes, Honorable.
I want to make some few comments. Mr. Speaker, we are age especially with the issue of climate change, which requires a lot of innovation. We would have to of the releases. Most of the releases were below 24. There's an increase of about 90%. The question is that this is 403 4 6%. And 1 trillion. Mr. Speaker, if you want to do the science, technology, and innovation, very, very low. Mr. Speaker, we are paying scientists. I believe that on the average, if you want to train somebody with a PhD in the sciences, you don't spend less than £30,000. Start the process, and because of lack of resources, truncate the we are talking about promoting science, technology, innovation at the basic level and wherever. Ghana Education Service is always talking about it. We need to do at this time. Government must rethink and even what they are giving. They have done a lot, especially under planting for food. With something more. I'm sure they will help in reducing the food inflation in this country. Which they are capable of doing. Mr. Speaker, I believe that continue spending a lot in paying salaries without giving them the tools to work with.
And therefore, when it comes to budget, so that at least even assessing climate finance, and the fact that when carbon credit is lower when it comes to developing countries. Mr. Speaker, it is because we don't have this. That is the way to go. If we invest and train our people and they establish the standards, so Mr. Speaker, no, it is inadequate. Someone will say, how for do? What can I do? Next time they bring something similar, we will be tempted to throw it away. So the minister takes a second look. Or we can spend a lot of money, train scientists, you don't give them the tools to work with, and you continue paying their salaries. And thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the motion before the House to approve a sum of Ministry of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation for the year ending 31st November 2024. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw attention to $791,904 Ghana cedis for the 2024 fiscal year. $130,882 was allocated for goods and services. Mr. Speaker, that amounts to just 1%. 1%. The likes of Korea, Taiwan, Japan, Mr. Speaker, all these mobile phone devices that we use today other state-led. But Mr. Speaker, if you have to spend this whooping amount of money paying salaries to scientists, even with this 1%, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research has developed a lot of products. Just high yielding potential and also maize varieties, Mr. Speaker, with very interesting names. Resources that they have. They are working hard able to alleviate poverty in Ghana. had a similar problem where all that was allocated for goods and services amounts to just 1% of the total people that innovative. But Mr. Speaker, if you don't give them the tools, the vehicles for them to be able to visit their sites, to develop, how then develop a nuclear authority that will eventually help us develop a nuclear power plant. But Mr. Speaker, according to the ministry, one of the resolutions France came up with was that we should look at nuclear fuel as the clean fuels of the future. We don't history that we may never get to. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to urge the House to for the ending 31st December 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
This is a very serious. This is a very serious ministry where Council for Science to move. Research is ruling the world, and research has to rule Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as a country, we don't for scientific research. They have a lot of products they are developing, and we support from donor partners. But those products are all implementing agencies. A lot of varieties of cassava, maize, and all, and they are all sitting at the shelf. Need to like Ministry of Agri to promote their product, because we are going to get a lot of more yield in terms of the research. Their resources in terms of research for the country. In terms of other research, they are into GMO production. These implementing agencies, and then it is a problem, and as a country we need, as a house, to take serious look at this. Mr. Speaker, environmental protection agencies as an institution have a role even to play in terms of blue economy, in terms of areas. They have a role to play. They have to do a lot of what? Research in terms of pollution of the sea, in terms of the species. No resources for them to embark on their researches to give us other products. They are only dependent on what? Donors, as well as the Mr. Speaker, this is not good, and as a house, we need to urge the Ministry of Finance to increase their resources
for special aid.
The conclusion of the debate. The question is all in favor of the House adopting, say aye. All House approved the sum of 1,100,000,000 for the year ending 31st December 2024. Motion. Item 24, motion. The Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 1,127,787,155 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration year ending 31st of December 2024.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by my Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration, and so doing discuss the committee's report and support it with our observations. Mr. Speaker, in supporting the motion, I will want to highlight on the achievements of the year this year. I will also discuss the expectations of next year and deliverables in this year's budget. Mr. Speaker, I want to refer to the operations of the ministry in the year gone or going, and I want to emphasize on the objectives of the ministry by way of promoting the image of the country and also embarking on investment drive and trade promotions. Mr. Speaker, you will see in the year Ghana recorded elections to very important committees of the United Nations. One of them, United Nations Human Rights Council, for a term starting 2024-26. Mr. Speaker, the next committee of the United Nations Ghana was elected to is the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Mr. Speaker, apart from the world organizations, Ghana also was part of the ECOWAS summit, the extraordinary one. Ghana participated, and in so doing, we promoted the regional integration, peace and security sub-region. Mr. Speaker, Ghana hosted 3 extraordinary summits within the ECOWAS head of states and governments to discuss the political situation in Niger and Guinea-Bissau between July and August of 2023. Mr. Speaker, in the course of the year, the President also participated in the 36th ordinary sessions of the Assembly of the African Union in Addis Ababa, discussing governance, human security, and terrorism and climate change, and also economic development. Mr. Speaker, Ghana also participated in the African Union Peace and Security Council in the situation in Sudan. And during that meeting, on the margins, Ghana signed a memorandum of understanding with Rwanda to establish a permanent commission for cooperation. Speaker, within the African Union, also participated in the workshop to build human capacity, and this was hosted by Ghana. Mr. Speaker, Ghana also engaged in bilateral relations and partnerships, signing agreements and memoranda. Mr. Speaker, as I said before, we got elected to the United Nations World Tourism Organization. And we have been elected to the Executive Council of the United Nations World Tourism Organization. Mr. Speaker, Ghana also participated in a lot of high-level visits and meetings. Amongst them, the President, on the 15th of January, participated in Abu Dhabi Sustainability Week. President also paid official visit to the Republic of South Africa from the 26th to 30th of April 2023. Mr. Speaker, the President also visited the Republic of Nigeria on the 29th of May 2023. Mr. Speaker, these are just a few of the many that the President undertook. Particular reference is made to the meeting, the bilateral meeting between our Minister, Honorable Shali Ayoko-Buche, and the Rwandan Foreign Minister on the 15th of February 2023. Mr. Speaker, beyond these meetings, we had a renewal of the Memorandum of Understanding between the Republic of Ghana and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary on cooperation within the framework of the Hungarian Program on Economic Cooperation. Mr. Speaker, this program is supposed to run from 2023 to 2025, and we had opportunity to renew the MOU between the two countries by way of increasing the scholarship from 50 to 100. Mr. Speaker, this is a very laudable achievement, and the quota is per year. Mr. Speaker, the Memorandum of Understanding between the two countries is on political and economic interest. Also, Mr. Speaker, we had a memorandum of understanding between Ghana and Austria, between Ghana and Israel, between Ghana and Colombia, also between Ghana and the European Union. Within the sub-region, Ghana hosted various meetings on capacity building within the ECOWAS, protection of human rights, security, and maintenance of peace within the sub-region. The extraordinary session of the Assembly of Heads of States and Governments of the Gulf Commission was on the 25th of April 2023. Mr. Speaker, there was an international conference of the ECOWAS Court of Gambia, which was hosted by Ghana on the 22nd to 25th of May 2023. Mr. Speaker, also there was a meeting of the National Platform of the ECOWAS Cross-Border Cooperation Support Program, and this happened on the 19th of April 2023. Mr. Speaker, of particular note to mention is the Ministry's program of construction of passport application centers. Mr. Speaker, there is one currently ongoing in Bonn for the construction of a passport application center. There is one to commence in Tamale. The Ministry has also acquired land in Masi and other regions. The Ministry also intends to construct 4 additional passport application centers in the new regions created in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, in terms of trade and investment, the Ministry undertook a lot of investment meetings, and there are also plans to expand the scope of the promotion. Mr. Speaker, there have been attempts and programs to acquire equipment for the passport offices and passport application centers. A lot of equipment have been procured in the process. Of particular mention is the donation by the World Bank for the provision of equipment for the passport application centers. Mr. Speaker, of also particular mention is the 2 giant printers which will facilitate the production of passports for apps. Mr. Speaker, in all this, the ministry had to operate under a budget of around 800 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the request for this year in terms of budgetary is 1,127,875,000 and some change for the year upcoming. Mr. Speaker, of particular note is the general reduction of 30% of the request from the ministry by the Finance Ministry. Mr. Speaker, we know that it is important for us to position Ghana in the Committee of Nations, and for the ministry to be able to do that, the ministry will have to be resourced adequately to be able to project Ghana for the position we have, and also to advertise Ghana's interest in economic development, and also try to attract investments within the global arena to Ghana as a destination of choice. Mr. Speaker, I will end by talking about the difficulties that the passports encounter in the procurement and distribution of passports to Ghanaians. It is of particular note that Ghana is the place where the acquisition of passports is very low in terms of costing. And in Ghana, we are paying $7 for a passport, whereas within the sub-region, the lowest we can see is $54. Liberia. Others are doing a bit more, 180 and 200 like. So in Ghana, the $7 that we pay for our passport is not even adequate enough to even offset the production cost of 400. So on every part that we deliver to Ghanaian citizens, the ministry incurs a loss of 300 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, for how long can we continue to accommodate this loss, which goes against the general budget. Mr. Speaker, and this is one area where it can at least break even to even sustain the operations of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, we are informed that there is a proposal before the committee for an appreciation of the value of passports in Ghana. And I hope when it is tendered before the plenary, all of us, in the spirit of goodwill and statesmanship, will support the ministry so as to be able to provide passports to all applicants in good faith and also efficiently. Mr. Speaker, on this note, I end by urging the House to approve the budget of 1,127,787,150 Ghana cedis for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Yes. Grateful, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion which has been moved by the chairman of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I would like to, first of all, draw attention to a few typos that are correct. Mr. Speaker, at page 19, the second paragraph, the figure $1.3 million, we need to delete the D. It makes it look like something else. Second line, second paragraph, $1.3 million. And then, Mr. Speaker, at page 21, second line, the committee recommends that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration liaise with relevant institutions to consider tax waivers for these officers to serve as an incentive. So liaise, not liaises, and then with relevant institutions, not with relevant D institutions. So we have to delete D and then correct liaise. Mr. Speaker, I note that this year the Ministry for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration has seen an uptick in its allocation in the budget. However, Mr. Speaker, this is largely due to the depreciation of the currency, because quite a good number of our foreign service staff are paid in the various currencies of the countries that they live in. When our currency depreciates, it imposes substantial burden on the ministry. And even though, Mr. Speaker, we see an increase in the allocation from 816 to about 1.1 billion Ghana cedis, the point to note, Mr. Speaker, is that that will largely be consumed by compensation because of the exchange rate differential. Mr. Speaker, the other concern that we have, expressed that at the committee, is that only 6.84% of the budget that was approved by this House has been released for the ministry. And Mr. Speaker, that is really worrying. It has led to a situation where, as the Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration confirmed, a number of foreign service staff are owed for as many months as 3 months. And our report captures that at page 20. Mr. Speaker, this situation must be arrested immediately, and we need to urge the Ministry of Finance to release the monies that this House has approved for the Foreign Ministry. Already, what the Ministry presented, the Ministry of Finance slashed it by 10%, and after slashing it, they are not releasing the funds timeously. If up to this point, only 65.84% has been released, Mr. Speaker, you can imagine the dire straits that the ministry is under. And Mr. Speaker, I must commend the ministry that despite the financial constraints, they have done well to hold high the flag of Ghana. They have led in ensuring that Ghana wins some key seats at various international, the African Union, the United Nations, the Global Climate Change Vulnerable Forum, which Ghana is now chairing, and a host of other successes, which, Mr. Speaker, we must commend the ministry for. And that is the reason why we need to really pay attention to staff welfare. Mr. Speaker, if you pay regard to page 20 of our committee's report, you notice that the committee has expressed concern that the foreign service staff for many years have been agitating that since the waiver they used to enjoy was withdrawn, they have been agitating that that policy should be reversed so that they can be able to have tax waivers, particularly on vehicles that they bring into the country at the end of their posting. This has taken more than 3 years. It has not been resolved, and it's really affecting morale. When we engage with foreign service staff across the world, it's a matter that comes strongly. We're told that Cabinet has looked at the review of that policy, but nothing is before us yet as a House. And that's a matter to highlight for the Honorable Foreign Minister to pay attention to. Then, Mr. Speaker, we also take note that consistently this House has said that we should urge the ministry to convert a lot of the properties that they are renting into permanent acquisitions, and that will save us a lot of expenditure. I recall the Auditor General has also drawn attention to that. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, progress has been slow in that regard, even though there has been some effort under the 50 million Societe Generale facility and other infrastructure works that are ongoing. I think that there is a need for a bold intervention by the ministry to take a look at the rental budget, because, Mr. Speaker, is really imposing substantial burden finances of the ministry, and we would like to renew that call. And, Mr. Speaker, related to that is the need for the ministry to also update this House on how they intend to repay the $50 million facility so that we do not run into any legal changes. And they would also have to consider possibly securing another facility under concessional terms so that we can address this challenge with huge rent, which only benefits landlords and disadvantages our country. Mr. Speaker, related to that is the vexed issue of embassies. The minister indicated that they are projecting in the coming year, they are considering opening 4 additional missions. Mr. Speaker, that is a matter that some of us are not comfortable with, particularly at a time of austerity, even though the minister indicated that it is a projection and they are hoping probably if the financial situation improves. But, Mr. Speaker, I don't think that it should be contemplated at all. And in that spirit, I commend the minister for drawing attention to the need to review some of our missions. She did propose at the committee that there are some of our embassies that we could consider streamlining or closing down and giving other embassies additional responsibility so that we can reduce cost. So, Mr. Speaker, as we do that, we should not negate all of that effort by opening 4 additional missions. And some of the countries I see, I'm not too sure that urgency imposed on us to open diplomatic missions in those countries. Then, Mr. Speaker, I want to quickly move to the consular fund. This has come up every year, that when Ghanaians are in distress, there is a case of Ghanaians needing consular assistance. Foreign service staff have had to take out money from their own pockets, or sometimes they have to file, and the Auditor General will query them. We don't have a line item called Consular Fund where we care of Ghanaians in distress abroad. And consistently we have raised this matter. We have made appeals to the Finance Ministry. Early this year again, we thought that will be introduced so that the Consular Fund, which has eluded this country for many years, will be addressed. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the Consular Fund this year again has not been established. And we want to recommend strongly for the umpteenth time that this Consular Fund needed is very, very urgent. We can't continue to expect our foreign service staff to be using their own resources, ambassadors, high commissioners using their own resources to take care of Ghanaians in distress, even sometimes helping with their legal bills and all of that when they when they have been arrested. Mr. Speaker, that cannot continue. So we feel strongly about the Consular Fund and that the Finance Minister will listen to us. Then, Mr. Speaker, also the thorny issue of the Accra International Conference Center. Mr. Speaker, you note that our committee's report is very clear that we expect a number of documents from the Foreign Ministry before we will give our blessings for the Accra International Conference Center to be demolished, for a new one to be constructed. We haven't seen the feasibility report. We haven't seen the structural integrity report. We have not seen the report that suggests that the Accra International Conference Center is now a death trap and therefore should be demolished, especially when we know that it has come under some renovations and years. So, Mr. Speaker, at page 17 of our report, we have stated that, quote, the committee therefore recommends that the ministry should take action on the matter by ensuring that the value for money assessment, feasibility, and the structural integrity reports are provided to the committee for further review and recommendations. So, Mr. Speaker, we want the record that not until we see these reports, we do not give our blessing to the Accra International Conference Center being demolished and a new one being reconstructed, particularly in these times of difficulty. Then, Mr. Speaker, as I prepare to conclude, I want to place on record that the Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs has assured us that the media reports troubled all of us earlier this year of a judgment debt of $140 million, the GPGC matter Trafigura, which they have attached a number of our properties in the UK, particularly Regina. The Foreign Minister assured us that she will do everything to make sure that attached properties are protected. I take note that the Finance Minister has started paying that judgment debt of $140 million. But, Mr. Speaker, clearly this is judgment debt which was avoidable, which should not have put our diplomatic missions under such stress, under such risk. And ministers must be told in very clear terms that when they are taking these decisions, they should think about the interests of the country. This contract, Mr. Speaker, for 5 years will have cost just $140 million. Now, for no work done, we have to pay a judgment $140 million. And the risk is really real and alive, that if care is not taken, if our diplomatic missions, particularly Regina House, will be lost. It will be auctioned. So, Mr. Speaker, some of these reckless decisions must be condemned, and we should not tolerate it. Mr. Speaker, I also take that the ministry is working on a number of demolitions that took place. The minister informed us that the Nigerian High Commission properties which were demolished have been restored, except that we want to know the amount. This House demands to know how much was spent on restoring the Nigerian High Commission. We must know the figure, and we also want to know what happens to those who do these demolitions. Why is nobody being held accountable? Same with the Bulgarian embassy, demolished. Nobody has been held accountable. This cannot continue. We all know the inviolability of diplomatic premises. We know that under the Vienna Convention, they do not have to come under these attacks. And we know that in Nigeria, it almost led to, a reprisal attack. They were very, very angry. So national security should assist the ministry to protect these diplomatic enclaves. But when there has been slippages and people have gone ahead to carry out these dastardly acts, we want to see law enforcement at work. We want justice to be delivered. We want people to be punished, Mr. Speaker, so that we don't have to spend money, spend taxpayers' money, restoring these properties. Money is spent doing so many things and helping our people in these difficult times. I also take note, Mr. Speaker, that I'm winding up. I take note that the Malian ambassador's residence, which was demolished to pave way for the National Cathedral, the minister informs us that they have relocated the residence at airport. Land has been secured. But again, for record, I want to state that really this, again, was an avoidable act. That land at airport, I'm sure, could have been used for something more profitable, something more beneficial for our country. So I hope that lessons will be learned from some of these decisions which have not been in the best interest. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the foreign deserves more. All these IMF negotiations, all these international funds coming in, they are facilitating. Foreign service staff are working very hard, even intelligence. Many people that intelligence gathering is a key part of the foreign ministry. The people who make sure that they send early warning signals to national security. We make sure that they get what they deserve. Their allocations are too minimal. The releases are too slow. And the finance ministry should take this ministry serious than they are doing. With these words, Mr. Speaker, I ask colleagues to support this motion. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this House should approve the 2024 budget estimates of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration. Mr. Speaker, in the presentation of the committee, he highlighted the need for the construction of application centers, passport application centers. I've rise to stress on that point that if you look at the passport application regime in this country, Mr. Speaker, it's important that we continue to improve on it. People would have to travel to regional centers just to go through a process that will take between 30 to 1 hour. And they spend the entire day there. And there's a need for us to do more. So the ministry intends to construct 4 additional passport application centers. Mr. Speaker, I think it is welcoming and it's important for us all to support this center. Mr. Speaker, recently I visited the passport application center in the United Kingdom, and I was very much impressed with what I saw there. The current administration has initiated what they call the premium centers, and it is fast-tracking passport application and visa application for persons who want to come into our country to do business. I think it's something that we must commend them, and we should urge them to apply same virtually every country. I know that today in the UK, yes, we have it. I know we have it in Berlin, and very soon they'll be having the premium centers in China, and I think we need to commend them. But Mr. Speaker, I have to highlight on the need to eliminate the human interface in the passport application process. Just this year, I saw an item where the Minister for Foreign Affairs and a deputy passport office and drove away what we call boys. For me, it's a very brilliant thing that they are doing. But Mr. Speaker, perhaps the reduction of human interface would help. One, I am proposing that today, due to the digitalization drive of the government, we have Ghana Post acted across the country.
Mr. Speaker, most of the Ghana post offices that we have is defunct. It's really not working. We could use this Ghana post office that we have scattered across the country as passport delivery centers, so that when your passport is done and you are coming from, let's say, Sheshe, or you are coming from Imprice, or you are coming from, all you have to do is to visit the passport application center in Bekwai for your passport, so that we eliminate people now queuing in the station, queuing in the head office just to collect their passport. I mean, with just a text message, you are informed that your passport is ready. Then you are able to track the process through a more verified application app on your phone. And I think once we do that, it's going to help Ghana Post get a bit of revenue, and also to help eliminate the human interface that the minister would always, a fine minister, who would always be screaming and be sacking people from the passport office. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I urge the House to approve the 1,127,787,155 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much.
Honorable Minister, before I put things, I'm interested in. Oh, okay, I'll give you, but for all of us, the report that for each passport printed, Ghana loses what, 300 cedis? Shouldn't we say anything else? Is that sustainable? So what is our position? And why is it that we always wait for the cost to pile up before we come and raise the matter as if it was beyond us? Why should it not be provided at least at cost? You're paying national ID for free. That is for free. But for there's a passport, often you need it to travel. So this is not a question of poor people. It is not. Because you have national ID given to you for free. So not every Ghanaian needs it. But when you need it, then often you need it to travel. So why should the state subsidize each one at 300 cedis? Why? I would like to hear us talk about these matters. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, there's these two issues that have been repeating itself for about 3 years. One is staff in the missions. Ghanaians or Ghana government send out these people to the missions to work. If in Ghana we are not even paid our salaries, at least you are a Ghanaian, you are in Ghana. But here we are, funds are not released early enough. And some staff of the missions are not paid. Like as happened last year, we complained, we talked to the ministry. This year it's being repeated. The Speaker, I think that we are not supporting the image of Ghana outside. And I think the Minister of Finance, I don't know what special committee should talk to them. It's a foreign situation, and it's happening every time. I think there's a serious need for us to stop it. Even if we in Ghana are not paid, we are in Ghana, nobody will come and talk. But not our Ghanaians outside Ghana. I think it's a situation that we should try and correct it. Mr. Speaker, the second point is it's related to the same release of funds. Ordinarily, goods and services in Ghana, or in the ministries and departments in Ghana, is not serious. In the case of Foreign Affairs Ministry, it is serious because it is no use to buy paper and pen. The goods and services list is used to pay rent outside there, to pay electricity bill and other things. Mr. Speaker, again, the image of Ghana is at stake. And it's not like I'm saying it is not only once, this is about a third time or the third year we have been talking about it. Yes, we know funds are limited, you cannot release everything.
But I think that our priorities will be set right. It will be set right because if you don't do it, if our staff or missions are owing a landlord, say in UK or in America or anywhere, you can imagine the embarrassment. If our mission staff cannot pay for electricity and water, imagine the embarrassment. So I think that Minister of Finance should once again also treat the goods for Foreign Affairs Ministry separately or differently, because it's not like what we do in the ministry where we collect that money and buy paper and pen. These are for things that are very, very crucial and very important. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that we also need again to talk to the Finance Ministry to understand that. Of course, we will, as a committee, we always try to appeal to them. I mean, Foreign Ministry. Mr. Speaker, third point that I want to make is our passport. In our report, we have about 35,000, outstanding passports. Yes, throughout the period, they've been making the effort actually to print them. I mean, you can see that they bought new machines, they've done this, they've done this. But the problem over the years, about 2-3 years, still there. To the extent that the minister herself even had to go there. Yes, we also understand the report given to the committee is that they are doing their best to try and clear the backlog. Last year we told the same thing. This year they are telling us the same thing. I think there's a need for them to seriously look at that situation, to see how best they can reduce that 35,000 plus, passports that are supposed to be printed and give to Ghanaians. Well, Mr. Speaker, I mean, the news around passport is not the best. We just that the strategies and the put in the passport office to streamline printing of passports for Ghanaians will work, so that the minister herself will not go there again to be the chief security officer. Mr. Speaker, with this US, I want to support the motion to approve the estimates for Ministry of Affairs to do for their operations. Thank you.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Colleagues have said the most important things already about the foreign ministry in terms of the releases and other things. Mr. Speaker, as you said, you asked a very important question. Why are we deliberately providing services that we know are not sustainable? Mr. Speaker, I want the minister to take this on board. Regularly, including last month, being at the center at Crosswalk in London. Mr. Speaker, the cost at the premium center is not, though it is fast. But Mr. Speaker, it's only fast in terms of receiving your application. The applications are not processed at that center because it's a private person's business. He provided the premises, and the close of that day, your application is forwarded to Highgate for the officers to deal with. That is where we need to work to see how we can fast track things. But Mr. Speaker, I must say, things have improved over the years in terms of the speed of how you get your visa and passport. But because we are talking about money, we need to find out from the minister how much does Ghana get in terms of the service being provided by the private sector player at Crosswall in terms of receiving this application, just as VFS does for other missions at Movenpick Hotel here. It would help us to understand. But Mr. Speaker, I feel the services that are provided there are quite, I tested it on behalf of somebody. I didn't need to know somebody to fast track. The time they've given you, 98% of the time, you will receive your visa or application within that period. In fact, in most cases, you can actually receive your passport and visa ahead of schedule.
They increase it to, I think, simply because they don't want you to come there and say you gave me a period of time and it's not ready. So it's an improvement, but it's not cheap for most Ghanaians. So we cannot base the standard on a premium service. Everywhere in the world, those who can afford always use premium service. Business class, nobody buys business class ticket and complains, because if you can afford it, you can demand anything you want. It is there are people who are worried about other things. So, Mr. Speaker, the ministry requires support, as Honorable Okujeto said, in terms of providing very important services that we all require when we are outside of the jurisdiction of Ghana. So, I support the motion to approve this budget for the ministry to improve their service. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Well, Honorable Minister, we want to say something more.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank this Honorable House, specifically your Committee on Foreign Affairs, for the support that we have enjoyed over the years and to enjoy. Mr. Speaker, the Honorable members who have contributed motion have raised some issues which we find in the report, especially to do with documents that the committee has requested us to provide. And I can assure the committee that we will do just that, provide them with the documents they have requested, so the figures on specific items that they've asked us to provide them with. So, as usual, we will cooperate. Mr. Speaker, we want to provide the services that we have been mandated to provide, to be the eyes of Ghana, the ears of Ghana all over the world. Continue to give the best. We have foreign service officers, diplomats who are very much committed to ensuring that Ghana puts its best foot forward. We are currently about exiting from the United Nations Security Council after a 2-year stint. I must say that we have done well, in spite of the very difficult, thorny issues that we were faced with probably 2-3 months into our tenure. The Russia-Ukraine war, the Israel-Hamas war, and other issues to do with Africa. Mr. Speaker, we are going on to the Human Rights Council even as we exit the Security Council, and that also places a lot of responsibility on us as a country. Already, members have spoken about the various that we have won. It takes a lot of hard work, and I can assure this House and the country that Ghana's diplomats will continue to do best to ensure that Ghana is always on a high. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the cost of passports, it goes saying that it is not sustainable. We cannot sustain this. And therefore, I would plead with this Honorable House to look at the issue for us. It is already before the Subsidiary Legislation Committee, and I'm hoping that Ghanaians will pay realistic prices for passports. Today, passports are no longer IDs. They don't serve as IDs. We have the national ID card. And therefore, those who need passports are those who need it to travel. And therefore, I believe that they will not, or they would want us to continue to subsidize it. Mr. Speaker, with regards to the with regards to the fund, also I am told that we have made a presentation to the Ministry of Finance, and I'm told that Ministry of Finance has referred it to House, a committee in this House, to look at it so that the seed fund of $2 million that we request will be granted us so that we can continue to give good consular services to Ghanaians who are stranded. With regards to that, we in the next few days will be taking delivery of 2 giant printers, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to clear the backlog. It is not our intention that when applicants apply for passport over the dates that with them, but for some reason or the other, we have been plagued with a lot of backlog, and so we will continue to work hard as soon as the printers are set up to be able to clear what we have. With regards to the premium centers, this is an optional service. I need to insist that it is an optional service. It is not like other countries that have ceded every service, front end service to contractors. It's optional, and we believe that for now it continues to work. So those who believe that they don't want to go and stand in the rain, in the cold, at Highgate, for instance, if you take the UK, for instance, and want to use the passport applications center, may want to pay that £45 that they charge. However, I must say that it has come to our attention that even in the UK and other parts of the world, there are Goro services which are being offered to Ghanaians through the some travel services or travel agencies who charge them huge amounts of money, unfortunately. And so this is an option for such people who want to access the premium center. But there is still the service of going to the embassies for their consular service. So, Mr. Speaker, how much we are retaining? We are retaining for the centers, we are retaining about almost 16% of what they charge. So, for the front-end services that they provide, we still get some money at the embassy for it. Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that the 2024 budget estimates will help resolve the perennial financial challenges that we face as a ministry to undertake our planned programs and the strategic objectives and the services that we are mandated to give to Ghanaians abroad and even in country. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Thank you to your committee, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favour of the House adopting the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has approved the sum of 1,127,787,105 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Regional Integration for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, we turn to the next page, which is page 15. Page 15, item 29.
Item 29, motion. The Minister for National Security.
I beg to move, Mr. Speaker, that this Honourable House approves the sum of 1,036,239,088 cedis, services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2024, Mr. Speaker, I beg to.
The chairman of the committee. Yes, the honorable member for Bantaman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion ably moved by the Minister for National Security, and in so doing, I would like to present the committee's report. I would also entreat the Hazard Department to capture the report as having been read in its entirety. Mr. Speaker, the committee in considering the budget estimate for national security made the following observations. Speaker, the committee observed that the Ministry of National Security encountered some challenges in the implementation of its programs and activities for the year 2023. These challenges include inadequate allocations and delays in budget disbursements, inadequate staff strength, logistical and technical constraints. Speaker, although they presented a budgetary requirement of 2,472,916,218 cedis, 71 pesos, only 1,669,239,088 Ghana cedis was allocated, representing a shortfall of 33.83% of the expected budget. Mr. Speaker, for the constraints of time, go to page 13 and conclude on the committee's report. The committee, having carefully examined the 2024 annual budget estimates of the Ministry of National Security, hereby recommends the House to adopt its report, approve the sum of 1,666,239,088 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2024. I respectfully so submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, honorable ranking member.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak in support of the motion ably moved by the and seconded by the vice chairperson of the committee. Mr. Speaker, I'll start with the performance of the ministry, in page 7, paragraph 7.2. Here, Mr. Speaker, the ministry gives us an idea that they intend to strengthen thorough implementation of the national security strategy. For me, this is a very important intervention that must be performed with the speed of light. Mr. Speaker, the Center for National Security has the commendation of all of us for spearheading the adoption of the national security strategy. However, Mr. Speaker, implementation has been a major hurdle that we need to jump. And so, once the commitment has been made, it is expected, Mr. Speaker, that the budgetary allocations for 2024 should enable them to, as it were, accomplish this very important intervention so as to ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the strategies that are contained in the strategy deal with issues of violentism and terrorism are duly annexed. Mr. Speaker, having said that, let me quickly observe that the committee took note of the fact that the ministry's budgetary requirements stood at 2,422,916,218 cedis 71 pesos. However, Mr. Speaker, what was allocated stands at 1,636,239,088. Mr. Speaker, the difference is about 33.83%. 33.83%. Now, with these cuts, and given the fact that we are moving into an election year, Mr. Speaker, I am wondering how the Ministry for National Security would be able to deliver a peaceful and transparent election, because it is expected they would intensify their intelligence gathering. They will do a lot of covert operations to ensure that the elections are incident-free. It's very important. And so, Mr. Speaker, this is not the time for us to cut the budget of such an important ministry. And so this is a matter that requires further discussion. If the finance minister is here, we'll urge the finance minister to do the needful, maybe in the supplementary budget, because we do not want excuses. We do not want excuses for any security lapses or breaches moving into elections in 2024. Again, Mr. Speaker, the threat of terrorism is at its peak. It is at its peak. There is a heavy influx of refugees from neighboring as a result of the terror threat. And so this is not the time for us to say our Ministry for National Security cannot honor its obligations because we are constrained financially. Wherever we have to find the money, we have to. Because without it, Mr. Speaker, we talk about other sectors of the economy. If you go to Burkina Faso, the health sector has collapsed, even though you have hospitals dotted around. You cannot even go to a hospital when you are taken ill, because if you attempt, time you get to the hospital, it is even occupied by terrorists. That is where they would, just get hold of you and kill you right there. Schools are dotted all over the country. You dare not attend school because of the threat of terrorism. So, whilst we advocate for monies to, Mr. Speaker, ensure that the other sectors of the economy are performing well, let's be mindful about the fact that we need to invest more in security. Speaker, in the course of our deliberations, one important observation the committee made, and the minister spoke to the issue, was about the need for collaboration between the National Security Ministry, the intelligence agencies, and local security councils. Mr. Speaker, it is not for nothing that under the Constitution, the structure that we have, the National Security Council, has been decentralized. So you have the regional security councils at the regional level, and at the district level you have the DICEs, the district security councils. However, Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the committee that sometimes certain covert operations carried out by the national authorities is done without the collaboration with the decentralized structure of the system that we have put in place. A typical example is what happened in Garu, Mr. Speaker. So operatives were dispatched from the national level At the regional level, it appears there was no coordination. At the DISEC, there was no coordination. The district chief executive didn't know what was going on. The regional minister probably got to know after the operation went bad, and it resulted in the intervention of the military, and the rest is history. So, Mr. Speaker, it was the view. It is the view of the committee that maybe the Honorable Minister for National Security would have to sit down with the security couples and address this issue as a matter of urgency to forestall a future occurrence of an incident like that. Mr. Speaker, having made these submissions, I would want to add my voice in saying that the budgetary allocation of 1,636,239,088 Ghana cedis be approved. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise.
Honorable, I didn't give you the floor. Very well, now you can have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I saw your hands asking me to. Speaker, I rise to support the motion that this House approve a budgetary allocation of 1,636,239,088 Ghana cedis earmarked for the Ministry of Nationality. Mr. Speaker, let me emphasize that the National Security Ministry plays a very pivotal role in the peace, the safety and the peace of our nation. Mr. Speaker, your committee met, and after going through their books, your committee recognized I commended the Ministry of National Security to explore innovative ways of generating additional funds to complement the allocation by the Ministry of Finance, thus to reduce the overdependence on donor funding for projects. And it is a matter of concern that non-release of donor funds disrupt the Ministry's prime programs and activities. In this regard, the committee urges the Ministry of National Security to seek approval and introduce a LAN activity for internal generated resource. Mr. Speaker, the committee also observed that the misinformation is spread or false information on social media and online platforms has become rife in recent times. The Ministry of National Security has the responsibility to secure Ghana's cyber space against attacks and other activities. The rapidly evolving nature of cyber attacks and increasing sophistication of threat has posed significant challenges that call for urgent action to strengthen research and development activities to stay abreast of emerging technologies, trends and threats in the field of communication, enhance the national cyber security of equipment, infrastructure and communication, and conduct counterintelligence to detect, prevent, and mitigate espionage activities, cyber warfare, and terrorism. Your committee, taking recognize of this, of the sensitive cyber space, the committee recommends the National Cyber Security Center, which was set up to mitigate cyber threats, to be brought under purview of the Ministry of National Security to enable it to tackle cyber security threats effectively and also streamline the against cybercrime. To this end, the national security will be more leveraged over the cyber security of the nations. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to urge the House that we approve the sum of 1,636,239,088 Ghana cedis for the Ministry of National Security for the year ending. Thank you. Submitted.
Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to the motion regarding the budget for the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I think that the most popular phrase in the chamber since morning, inadequate allocation. Every ministry is talking about the inadequacy of the allocation from the finance ministry. But as we all know, when we talk about national security, the coordination role, the very central role of national security in the peace and security architecture of this country cannot be taken for granted. Mr. Speaker, from the Sahel moving down to the coast, the threat of terrorism is catching up with us. And that is why when you look at the 2023 budget of the National Security Ministry, which was cut, and during the mid-year budget review, the Minister of Finance did the best that he could to enhance the figures. And as we speak, as the year ends, we just have 1 month to go, Mr. Speaker. There is still a negative variance. Out of the total of 1,093,121,530 cedis for the 2023 budget period, we still have a variance of 192,408,118.99 Ghana cedis. And Mr. Speaker, we are talking about less than 30 days to the end of the year. If that is the trend, Mr. Speaker, 2024 is a different year. It's a year with so much required in the security sector. It's a year that the Minister of National Security is expected to up its game. It's a National Security Ministry expected to assure Ghanaians that irrespective of what will happen in 2024 elections, of course, we are going to have a very peaceful election. We are going to ensure that this country is not thrown to the dogs. Mr. Speaker, what is important is that in any security, you cannot have a budget and think that somebody else, somewhere else, should come and fund your budget. You can go and borrow from other places to fund your budget. But when it comes to security, let's prioritize security and make sure that whatever we do to get the money to give the Minister of National Security his 2.4 billion Ghana cedis for 2020. I know that the 1.6 that has been capped for 2024, when it comes to the mid-year review, the Minister of Finance will find funding anywhere to ensure that at least what is required for the National Security Ministry to function effectively will be met. Mr. Speaker, with these very few words, allow the inadequacy of funding to be a bane for the National Security Ministry. I therefore call on this House to support for the approval of the total sum of 1,636,239,888 Ghana cedis for the services of the National Security Ministry for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful.
Honorable Minister for National Security, do you wish to make a comment?
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank your Committee on Defense and Interior for the report on the 2024 annual budget estimates for the Ministry of National Security. Mr. Speaker, I also want to thank them for their appreciation of the challenges of the ministry when we met on the 11th of December to consider estimates. So, Speaker, I also thank the House for the show of support that has been demonstrated today by all honorable members who have spoken on this motion this evening. I want to assure them that we will take on board in the ensuing year the recommendations and advice that the committee has given to us and some of the issues that have come up this evening. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of the domestic and also the external security challenges, as well as the challenges of the election year. We had estimated that we would need an amount of about 2.5 billion cedis. Unfortunately, our allocation has been reduced to 1.6 billion because the national envelope was not big enough. Mr. Speaker, we want to assure the House we will do everything to be able to accommodate the various challenges that we face, and we will make sure that we are able to confront the challenges. So, Speaker, an interesting issue that came up during our deliberation was the need for us as a country to explore some innovative ways of generating additional funds to complement the allocation by the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Speaker, this is something that is done in many jurisdictions. We welcome the suggestion, and in recent months, Mr. Speaker, we will want to come up with suggestions. It will be important that any such suggestion is in a manner that will make the use of any funds so received in a transparent and accountable manner. We think it's a very exciting suggestion, and we will go by that. On this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the committee and also thank the honorable members for this wonderful show of support. And thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, before I put the question, I want to place this matter before you, since cyber security is now under your ministry. Is there a way of stopping fake accounts being opened in the name of honorable members and ministers and prominent people? Last month, 9 were taken down in my name. Only yesterday, I discovered that another 6 have been opened. And they are calling people in my name, sending messages to them, asking them to pay money to somebody for protocol fees and so on. I'm sure many of our colleagues have suffered. Many of my colleagues have suffered such thing. Is there a way to deal with them? What support can we give the cyber security agency to deal with these matters firmly?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that is a program that we need to confront the challenges of cyber fraud, and the insecurity in that area is something that is of extreme concern to us, and on a day-to-day basis we try to find solutions. So, Speaker, come to think about it. With this new artificial intelligence, things can get totally out of hand. The experts are meeting continuously to see what it is that we can do about it. We try as much as possible to stop whatever comes to our notice, but if we stop 200 today, the following day another 200, 300 will emerge. But certainly there must be a solution, and this is something that the Cybersecurity Authority and the National Signals Bureau are working together to find a solution. As of today, we've been able to solve the problem, but somehow we will be able to solve it in the not too distant future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, honourable members. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favour of the House adopting the motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. This House has approved the sum of 1,630,239,088 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of National Security for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes.
Speaker, may we to other paper addendum and take items on the addendum. Speaker, let me
Other paper addendum. Presentation of papers, is that right?
Speaker, it is so, and to be done by the Leader of the House.
Very well. Item A.
Speaker, on behalf of the Minister for Finance, let me do this presentation.
The sovereign guarantee among the government of the Republic of Ghana as guarantor, acting through the Ministry of Finance and the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Talo Ghana Limited, Cosmos Energy Ghana HC, Cosmos Energy Ghana Investment, former Nadakun WTP Company, Petro SA Ghana Limited, and Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited as contracts in relation to the decommissioning trust fund and the appointment of Bank of Ghana as trustee to the fund.
Item B by the Minister of Energy.
Speaker,
sorry, I have to refer this one. Yes.
Your leave for item B.
Sorry, let me do the two. No, but they go to different agencies. So let me refer this one. A is duly presented, is referred to the Committee on Finance to consider and report. Yes. Yes. Now B.
Speaker, may I seek your leave for B to be taken by the Deputy Minister of Energy instead?
Yes, Honourable Deputy Minister.
Trust deed among the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Talo Ghana Limited, Cosmos Energy Ghana HC, Cosmos Energy Ghana Investment, formerly Anadaku WCTP Company, Petro SA Ghana Limited, Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited, each a party and collectively as unit parties, and the Bank of Ghana as trustees, in respect of establishing the decommissioning trust fund for the Jubilee Field unit located offshore the Republic of Ghana.
The bill presented is referred to the Committee on Energy to consider and report. Here, item C.
Speaker. Yes.
To be presented by Minister of Energy.
Decommission Assumption and Agreement among the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Energy, and Ghana National Petroleum Corporation, Talo Ghana Limited, Cosmos Energy Ghana HC, Cosmos Energy Ghana Investments, formerly Anadaco WCTP Company, Petro Ghana Limited, and Jubilee Oil Holdings Limited as parties in respect of the decommission. Trust Fund for the Jubilee Field unit located offshore the Republic of Ghana.
The paper is duly presented. It's referred to the Committee on Energy to consider and report.
Mr. Speaker, I believe you refer B Roman number 1 to the Finance Committee. May I plead with you that you add the leadership of the Energy Committee to B1, and also the of the Finance Committee to B2.
All right, very well. I think it's appropriate, yes. So further to the directive in respect of the committee, I further direct that the leadership of the Committee on Energy should join the Committee on Finance to consider and report. And further to BI and BII, I direct that the leadership of the Committee on Finance should join the Committee on Energy to consider and report. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, may we turn to the original order paper and page 12 and take item 13.
Very well. Item 13, Minister for Information.
Speaker, we are rather taking item 12 on page 11.
Very well.
Yeah.
Honorable Minister, motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honourable House approves the sum of 267,798,909 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Information and its departments and agencies for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to second the motion and urge the House to help approve the sum of 267,798,909 cedis for the services of the Ministry of Information for the year ending 31st December 2024. Mr. Speaker, your committee met and went through the report of the Ministry of Information. Mr. Speaker, for the sake of time, I'll urge the Hansa Department to capture the report in its entirety as having been read by my good self. Mr. Speaker, I want to bring to the attention what has been heard in this House: inadequate funding to ministries and agencies and ministries. Mr. Speaker, we realize that the ministry presented a budget of 488,964,976.40 pesos for the ministry agencies. But the Ministry of Finance approved 226,920,249 for the ministry. Mr. Speaker, what is worrying is that the ministry's own operations, what the ministry requires for goods and services to run for the year, they were requesting for 8 million cedis. Mr. Speaker, they've been given only 4.3 million. Mr. Speaker, they cannot even run the ministry, not to talk of undertaking some major and important activities for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, we urge the finance to increase at least the operational expenses of the ministry. If the ministry's operational expenses are not met, what it means is that we are paying people. If you look at compensation, that takes about 60-70% allocated to the ministry, and the ministry don't have any resources to do anything. In effect, what it means is that we are paying people, and the people are not doing anything for this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at some important activities earmarked for the year, and because of inadequate funding to the ministry, we won't be able to undertake the ministry's periodic press briefings for the year. They won't press briefing for the year. Mr. Speaker, mass media campaign, we won't have any. We won't have any activity in relation to media enhancement program, the safety of journalists, broadcast still bill that has to be worked on and presented to this House. So what is the Ministry of Information going to do? Mr. Speaker, in view of this, despite the committee recommends to the House to adopt the report and approve the sum of 267,798,909 cedis for the implementation of activities of the Ministry of Information for the year ending 2024. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes.
Very Honourable Speaker, thank you very much. And I associate myself largely with the comments made by the Vice Chairman on the inadequacy of the allocation. And Mr. Speaker, last year we recommended to the government, the Ministry of Information, if they were not willing to fund the ministry. Because how the ministry ought to operate when you are not even giving them money to fund their basic operation, it beats our imagination. So the ministry has to bring a bill on broadcasting to this House. The ministry has told the committee they bill because they have no budget to do it. So government is not going to happen. So scrap the ministry. Mr. Speaker, you asked the National Security Minister about impersonation and all. Misinformation and disinformation is one of the biggest challenges we are facing as a country. We are going into an election year. The Ministry of Information is supposed to deal with misinformation and disinformation. But if the ministry doesn't even have money to pay for light bill, how can they deal with misinformation and disinformation? So if the government is really committed to the work of the Ministry of Information, they should provide the relevant revenue resources that they are approving less than 50% of what they are asking. So how do they work? Mr. Speaker, the finance minister may have to change his profession and become a professional barber. He's giving haircuts to everybody. He's giving haircuts to pensioners, giving haircuts to everybody. Even GNA, Ghana News Agency, which is supposed to be our single truth, he's giving them a 66% haircut. So how does GNA work? Mr. Speaker, there's no time. If I had time, it would be a book of lamentation, a new chapter in the book of lamentation for the Minister of Information. But Mr. Speaker, if we think that we want to send the Minister of Information to continue doing the painful job of being a minister without resources, then let this House approve this budget with a paltry amount of 267 million and some change for him. I so support the approval.
Very well. At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the House adopting the motion. Say aye. All against say no. The motion is adopted. This House has approved the sum of 267,798,909 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry of Information for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, Honorable
Speaker, shall we turn to page 10? And to item 8V, V for violin.
AB by the chairman of the committee of Greek. Is that right? Very well. Item 8B.
Report of the Joint Committee on Roads and Transport and Finance on the concession.
Please hold on. I was asking whether it is B by the chairman of the Committee on Food and Agriculture, or what is calling out V as in Victor. Very well. V. Then please late again because I was calling B. All right. You may now late again.
Report of the Joint Committee on Roads and Transport and Finance, the concessionary contract agreement under the public-private partnership arrangement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Roads and Highways, acting through the Highways Authority, and ATEP Limited, a wholly owned subsidiary of the Ghana Infrastructure Investment Fund, as the employer, acting through Maripoma Enterprise Limited as the contractor for an amount of 338,897,543 United States dollars and 56 cents for the redeployment and expansion of the Accra-Tema Motorway Extension Project.
A report is duly presented for distribution to members. Yes.
Speaker, page 14. Item 25.
Item 25. Motion by the Minister for Roads and Highways.
May I seek your leave for it to be done by the Deputy Minister?
Very well. Yes, Honorable Deputy Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the motion marked item 25 on today's order paper. Before I do that, Mr. Speaker, may I seek your leave to amend the sum stated in the motion. In the motion, it is indicated 4,130,561,787 Ghana cedis. But this is to read 4,661,561,787 Ghana cedis.
Please let me get it clear. 4 billion. The new one is 4 billion what?
Mr. Speaker, the new figure is 4,630,561,787 cedis, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Chief Whip. Now may I listen to you?
Mr. Speaker, we don't have any problem with our colleague. At least the Chief Whip should tell us where the minister is. He is not the substantive minister.
For permission.
And ask for permission. That's what we do in this house. Because the minister himself is a member of this house. At least tell us the minister is in cabinet, or he is traveled, or he's doing a road inspection, closing down a toll booth or something like that. So at least we know that this is. At least tell us something.
At the very least, our Minister for Roads and Highways is one person we each applaud for his presence in the House. So we know that he's not one of the ministers who tries to avoid this House. So I'll let it go. Honorable Deputy Minister, please work on your leave granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the sum of 4,630,561,787 Ghana cedis for the services of the Ministry and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2024. I so move. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion ably moved by the Minister. In so doing, Mr. Speaker, I want to present your committee's report. Mr. Speaker, I would therefore ask the Hazard Department to capture the report. It entirely has been read, whilst I touches on a few highlights. Mr. Speaker, you already met the Ministry of Roads and Highways to consider the budget for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, if you read paragraph 8.0 Initially, Mr. Speaker, amount of 4,113,561,787 was allocated to the ministry. But Mr. Speaker, to execute the above, Mr. Speaker, it was revised upward by an additional 500 million for the payment of arrears and completion of ongoing projects to the ministry. Mr. Speaker, the ministry at the committee level, the committee makes a few observations, and if you look at paragraph 9.0, paragraph 9.1, you realize that the ministry, there was an issue of inadequate budgetary allocation. If you look at, Mr. Speaker, if you look at one budget by the ministry and the amount of money that was released to them by the finance ministry, you could see that it was woefully inadequate to assist the ministry to execute the various activities of the ministry. Mr. Speaker, just move to conclusion, and at the end of the day, the committee, after carefully scrutinizing the estimate made to recommend to the House to adopt this report and approve the sum of 4,113,561,678 Ghana for the activities of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the financial year ending 31st December 2024. I respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Honorable Adjournment, sir.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm so grateful for this opportunity to contribute to the motion ably moved by the Minister for Roads and Highways in respect of the budgetary allocation for the year 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Road Ministry is one of the ministry or sectors that have a lot of problems. And it's high time we solve our problem so that we will have a way of resolving them. Mr. Minister, Right Honorable Speaker, if we check through the page 11 through to 13, the committee observed a lot of issues, and those issues are all problems. And if you could permit me to talk about them, 9.1, inadequate budgetary, 9.2, suspension of road projects, decapping of road fund, rural road maintenance, Mr. Speaker, now required for road funding, and many more. These are problems. And so we need to support this ministry. And that is why initially the variation for further 500 million Ghana cedis was an issue for us, because we needed a spending to the new variation. Right Honorable Speaker, issue relating to maintenance of our network has been an issue that needs to be addressed, and we need money on our road maintenance, particularly on routine maintenance. Right Honorable Speaker, the ring-fence source, which is road fund, is also capped. Therefore, the ministry's hands are tight, and there are no enough funds or money just to go through routine maintenance. Right Honorable Speaker, routine maintenance is just the weeding, the vegetation control, pothole patching, and so on. This one too is a problem. Indebtedness to the contractors is a major, and that is why we think that the ministry will have to be supported. Now, when the committee met, Speaker, we agreed with consensus that indeed we need to have survey conducted on our road condition network, so that we'll be able to know the state of our roads. Consistently,
we have been pushing for facts to be provided, especially where we got the understanding that about 94,200 roads have been constructed and many more. We need to resolve this matter, but hopefully the deputy minister who is here deputizing for the minister did confirm that the road condition survey that will give us the health status of our roads. They have consulted a consultant to go through that. Until that process is finalized, we can't confirm that this is the state of our road health, because there are challenges relating to the health of our road that is good to be 47%, Mr. Right Honorable Speaker, fair to be 32%, and I think 26% for poor. This is unacceptable, because what is the basis? The basis, and engineers will tell us, the basis for the determination of our road condition mix is going through the survey. And so we are happy that the site contracted the consultant to go through this process. And that is why we are requesting they need enough funds for this exercise to be conducted. So the additional 500 million Ghana cedis that has been varied in favor of the ministry is not available, because then we can have funds to go through the process. Right, Honorable Speaker. So we still have the road network of 94,200 as being projected. It's not been validated. So until this consultant job is done, we will not be in the position to do that. So, but what is on record, and we've always been saying this, certified and acceptable is the total road network, 78,420 kilometers. But hopefully when this search or this survey is done, we'll be able to know that yes, indeed, this is the total road condition mix, or the total road network that you have in this country. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is very critical, because whilst everybody is complaining about their roads, contractors are not being paid. Virtually severe complaint about roads. So you can't have one of the best roads, having good status currently. This is the period that our road network has been very poor, and certainly the ministry needs money to resolve that issue. Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of capping of the road fund was also one of the main issues that was discussed, and we plead, request your intervention, right, Honorable Speaker, to decap the road fund. Now, the road fund is the ring-fence money that is to be used for maintenance, and if these funds are not given to the ministry, how are we going to protect our assets? So indeed, the committee, we don't need new roads. All we need is our network must be maintained. And if the network to be maintained, the ring-fence money, which road fund is also not coming, right, Honorable Speaker, then that...
Honorable, your constituencies were Wasa East.
Sorry?
Did you say, I was asking, that is your constituency Wasa East?
Yes, please. Wasa
and
East.
You don't need new roads in Wasa East?
Right, Honorable Speaker, what we're saying is that the current network must be maintained. You have to need a current network with one new road.
I don't disagree with you. The part that you added, which I have a problem with. Anyway, but please proceed.
Right, Honorable Speaker, when you maintain the roads, you are giving them a new shape. If you put asphalt overlay on them, you are giving them a new shape. That is what we need. But when we come out, we are constructing so many roads, and so now all these roads are suspended. Right, Honorable Speaker, these roads are suspended. Contractors have abandoned sites, and they are not being paid. That is, and awarding new ones. Right, Honorable Speaker, as we speak now, over 1,500 contracts have been awarded, and we still are on awarding more contracts. But if the monies are not there, how do you go back? So that's why we're saying that for road maintenance alone, there's road fund. Road fund is ring fence for our maintenance of our road in terms of periodic and routine. What we recommend is that basic, vegetation control, pothole patching. If we do this, we will be in the position to maintain our roads going forward. But it's important that we have had consensus on this one, that hopefully the survey will be conducted and the results relating to the road network, as they say, 94,200 will be validated. Then we know that indeed we have road network of value, which is healthy in terms of good, fair, and poor. So, if the committee chairman
stood up and was still talking about the need to support the ministry, because that was coming from the committee meeting. I support that. We do support that, and I pray that what the committee has recommended is be given to the ministry so that we can network in good shape. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
The same report we are coming to speak to, Honourable. It's late. Let's move on. Unless you have something specific that is so critical. No, you're not opposing the report. I know. Other members. You want to speak to Akontomra Roads? Yes, let me hear you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion by the Deputy Minister of Roads and Highways, said by the chairman. In doing so, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the House to approve the sum of 4,618,561,787 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, looking at the demands for our constituency in terms of roads, I believe as a team we need to find sources of financing our roads, especially whether we go for PPP or we look at elsewhere. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that the demands from the road sector or the finances of the roads become an issue. And a committee deliberation, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Roads and its agencies actually informed the committee that some of the roads has been suspended due to the restructuring of our debts. And in this case, Mr. Speaker, we want to urge the Minister of Finance to actually release enough funds for the ministry to actually pay the contractors. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the interest payment on IPCs alone and looking at the debts of the ministry, adding the road fund and the GOG is about 11-point-something billion, and the budget allocation of 4-point-something billion is inadequate. Therefore, we want to urge the Ministry of Finance and the government to actually increase the allocation of the road sector to enable the ministry to work on our various roads, looking at the questions that have already been posed to the Minister of every Friday. The Speaker, the road network form part of our daily activities, and if it is not reshaped or it is not done well, Mr. Speaker, it brings up issues in our various constituencies. It is therefore appealing to the government to help the road ministry actually work on our various roads. In this short, Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very well, Honorable Kwame Baje.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for opportunity to say a few words. Colleagues have talked about maintenance of our roads. It is critical that we maintain our roads the same way we should maintain our buildings. In the case of roads, if you need to spend about 2% of the construction money every year on maintenance. If you don't maintain the roads because of the load on it, every year the deterioration becomes more. Something like the difference between a simple interest on a loan and a compound interest on the same loan. The simple interest on the loan does not take as much from the borrower compound interest. In the same way, when you don't do the maintenance this year, the deterioration next year is not just the 2%, it's a 2% plus addition, so that the road goes bad faster than you think. That is why when we don't do the maintenance at the correct time, our roads go bad. And that is what is happening now. So we pleading with the Minister for Finance to release money for maintenance of the roads. Otherwise, in another 5 years, the condition of the roads will be far worse and will not be able to maintain them at all. The second part is that the lack of payment to the contractors is really killing Ghanaian contracting industry. Most of the contractors are out of business. On top of it, any payment that is made to them is swapped by the loan they took at the bank. So they are not surviving. If we continue this way, all our road construction end up finally in the hands of foreigners. And there will be no Ghanaian contractor to fall back to. One day when they disappear, we will not have any Ghanaian-grown contractors to take off our road. So we're pleading with the Minister of Finance to help the road minister to pay contractors so that they come back to work. And apart from that, this is not in the report, but I would like to bring it. Sir, Mr. Speaker, a lot of our regional and district area offices of the Ghana Highway Authority, Department of Urban Roads, and the feeder roads are also suffering from the lack of maintenance. You go to some of the offices, you'll be very sorry at their state. So in CAPEX, we ask that some money be added to whatever is available so that the regional offices, the area offices can also be brightened up. A sound mind in a sound body. Go to the office doesn't look that nice and so on, and they are not motivated. They are not motivated to work. Their equipment are all failing. You go to a place, an area office, which takes care of about 5-6 districts, and you cannot get a simple photocopier that is working. It is not good enough. So, Mr. Speaker, we're asking for more funds for the road sector so that everything can at least start picking up. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to make a few comments on the budget.
Yes, leader.
Speaker, I would make it brief. I will just touch on the things that my colleagues have not yet touched on. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. If you look at the report on page 6, you will notice that the table that shows the sign objects, all of a sudden the ministry is not mentioning lot 1 and lot 9 of the sign project. We don't know whether government is decided not to continue with those. But the table, the first phase of Sino Hydro project has got 10 lots. Now it's reduced to lot 8. Maybe the minister would explain what is going on with that. Mr. Speaker, if you look at routine maintenance, I heard you asking our colleague whether he's saying we shouldn't do new roads. Mr. Speaker, the difficulty we have is that when you even build a road and you even commission it today, you need to have a plan to maintain it for the rest of next year. The budget we are making available for maintenance of our roads is just very so you see a very small defect on a particular road. Instead of going to seal it, we leave it and it destroys the whole road. If you look at what government is proposing to do in terms of road maintenance, it's than what we were doing even in 2016. That is not good enough because government is fixated on we are doing these new roads and the cost of, we call it development. The cost of development is expensive. The existing roads, when maintained, can last longer and nobody will be complaining as much as we are complaining. Because the truth is that the ministry is not getting enough. Last week I showed you a document which was produced by the minister which says that the commitment sector currently, until they decided to actually suspend some, was almost 100 billion. We don't have that kind of money. There's no way we can do that. In fact, the entire 2016 appropriation was just 50 billion.
Commitment, contract awarded.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, a contract awarded. It was the 97 billion Ghana cedis, and we don't have the money. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy about something the minister is proposing. The minister on page 11, item number paragraph 9.5. The minister is proposing for a national dialogue on road financing. Mr. Speaker, I think that is the appropriate to do. Let us all have a conversation as to how we fund our roads. We can never have enough loans or World Bank or free money from anywhere. So let's have a debate on how we fund our roads internally. So apart from this is the most important thing I have seen in this, because if we are able to address this together as one people, we have sat here and said that once upon a time, approval to road fund was just about 250 million. Honorable Enusa Husseini came to this house and requested Parliament to increase the petroleum revenue portion to 7%. That is what made it 1.2 billion at the time. Today it's approaching 3 billion. Maybe it's time we need to think of what we can do to see if we can create our own 6 to 10 billion cedis annually. Then the finance minister can decide what to do with that, because that is our own money. So I'm very excited about that particular. The last one is the reintroduction of road tolls. Mr. Speaker, I think the minister has done the right thing. I will maintain that the suspension was in a haste. Even if today, by the time we suspended it, we were getting 78 million. Mr. 58 million can pay SMCs, small, medium contract who are within the roadside, because today we can't pay them. So I welcome the bold decision by the minister to reintroduce the debate on road tolls as well. We don't believe it should come in the form it used to be. It can come in a form that is more sustainable and that can protect the approvals it used to be. So, Mr. Speaker, these two paragraphs I'm happy about, and we hope when our colleague returns and we enter next year, we hope forward for a better discussion. Because, Mr. Speaker, anything we've said here, and like you said, he's probably the most diligent minister in terms of to Parliament. He comes here religiously every Friday to read the answers which are not different from what Honorable Enusa used to read, because it will always end when funds are available, which means I won't do anything. But we can't blame him. So, Mr. Speaker, we look forward to this, and when we do that, Mr. Speaker, all the concerns of our Dapu roads, the Kwai roads, yours are better than mine, as a matter of fact. They've done a bit more for you than me.
Have you been there?
I was there, Mr. Speaker, I was there. They've done a bit more for you. But we all can all share the benefit of good roads in our community. With this, Mr. Speaker, I encourage colleagues to support this budget for this sum to advance the cost of the works at the road ministry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for this precious space. Mr. Speaker, let me thank the committee for making these resolutions for us to consider. And in supporting this motion, Mr. Speaker, I shall premise my support on 3 issues. One, the reintroduction of the road tolls, and 2, the poor quality of our roads, and the third one, Mr. Speaker, the poor engineering roads. Mr. Speaker, the committee tells us that the road tolls are likely to be reused. I believe that for good reason, government had a policy of not having tolls collected. The Speaker, at the time, we were receiving almost just a little over 70 million. And we are told that there was a research by a very respected organization, and this research revealed that over 70% of tolls collected ended up in wrong hands. So, Mr. Speaker, the records had a far lesser amount, and this was very insufficient. I hold the view that this reintroduction of the road tolls, which reintroduction my respected colleague, the Chief Whip on the minority bench, has no problem with, upon being reintroduced, should come with, Mr. Speaker, a digitalized solution in it, so that the human interface will be minimized if we eradicated. We have systems that would allow a perfect way of collecting these tolls, funds to get into government hands. I believe that with the work done by this body,
that revealed that if the road tolls are properly accounted for, we're likely to rake between 2.5 to 3 billion cedis. If this is done with proper decision, Mr. Speaker, I believe that we can even get more. The Speaker, having said that, I've heard the lamentations of the committee and that of colleagues who had the opportunity to speak before me. And they talked about amount owed contractors. Mr. Speaker, it is true. It is. But we as a political class out on monies owed contractors. But to what extent are we also advocating for the part of the contract that allows for the contractor to go by the lifespan of the contract? That if you construct a road, and we know that by the terms of the contract, this road is to last for 10 years, it should be so. We don't hold them accountable for poor quality roads. Let's look at 2016, the Abofu area, all the road party. 2016, in 2017, huge potholes, and 2018, 2019, I saw asphalting again. In my constituency, I see roads that were done less than 1 year, huge potholes. Many constituencies know about this. Mr. Speaker, we as leaders, to what extent are we calling out these contractors? We always do the blame game. We file more road concessions than any sector. We talk about they being paid. Do we also talk about the payment they receive, and that in less than a year, the roads would have to be re-awarded? Mr. Speaker, that is where we should look at. The last point, Mr. Speaker, the last point has to do with poor engineering. Mr. Speaker, our public servants, our civil servants, they do the work, and we as political leaders give it our approval. Mr. Speaker, if you're on your way to Winneba, you get to Wager. We have the Densu right there. The Densu is right there. Yet, the engineers could not engineer the road to get a tunnel where the water from the hill there could just drain quietly into the Densu. If you get there, it's a shame. Now from Budubram to Breku, the road is also bad. But the shoulders, they know that they could have done the shoulders, which will cost how much money, Mr. Speaker, so that the road could be maintained. Now, government has just announced again, the road is going to be dualized. With this dualization, Mr. Speaker, is it going to be another poor engineering, so that in less than 3 years, we will have potholes, then we'll come here as a political class and make noise again that government should maintain. From which money? We all know. Mr. Speaker, when E-Levy was being, we said, no, Ghanaians have been begging. We should reduce. It became a major issue in the country. It was all aimed at dealing with the issue of road maintenance and road construction. So, Mr. Speaker, we should begin to walk the talk. We want payment done. We want government to construct the roads. But those who are hurting the nation must be called out. Mr. Speaker, I rest my case. And I thank you. And in both, let me say that I wholeheartedly support the amount being proposed to be approved for the consideration of the ministry. I thank you so much again.
Whilst you're talking about quality of roads, engineering, let's talk about the way we also use the roads. Drains are made for water. We put our construction materials in them. Part of the road, we turn them into markets so that we bring materials which are not supposed to be on the road. So if we're talking about the thing that help the road deteriorate faster, we should add all of these. On this note, honorable members, the question is, all in favor of the motion? Aye. All All against, say no. Ayes have it. It is approved the sum of 4,613,561,787 for the services of the Ministry of Roads and Highways for the year ending 31st December 2024. Yes, Honorable Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, if it pleases you, we would say that we are entirely in your hands. Mr. Speaker, nothing now remains except to pray that the House be adjourned. I thank you, sir.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, the respected Deputy Leader was not at conclave. What we said was that every single report we have received, we shall take. He should be guided. He cannot come just an hour and 13 minutes ago and try to close us. If he's tired, he can go home. We don't want to stay here at midnight on the 22nd. So I encourage the majority side. Take note. Members of this House will not be sitting here tonight on the 22nd. If you have any business, bring it now. If we close today, you are confirming that by 11 o'clock, worst case 11 will set 22nd, we shall close. And we will not tolerate any extension. We are in your hands.
Mr. Speaker, yes. I agree with his sentiment, save that I only communicated the pleasure of the front bench of the majority. Thank you, sir.
Honorables, at this time of the leader.
I have taken notice. I've taken notice of what,
you and your ranking,
what the minority chief whip has said. I think he's afraid of a specified number that we should not adjourn senior DA at 12 midnight on that Friday. I can assure him that we will not adjourn at 12 midnight. We adjourn at 2 a.m. the following day. So we should rest assured we will not adjourn on 12 midnight, at 12 midnight. It will go to 2 a.m. So don't worry.
Honorable members, thank you. The House.
I'm aware a chairman is rushing into the chamber with a report. Mr. Speaker, I said something and the front bench are saying it is their decision to close, though we have work to do. I'm saying that we don't begrudge them.
Honorable, are you aware of any report that
yes,
is
Mr.
in the
Speaker,
House?
report coming. If you give us 15
a report coming.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
It's not in the House.
It's in the House. It's the precinct of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, we are serious about it because then they will say that one person here, we shouldn't debate things well. We have the opportunity now. We do have the opportunity. The respected member of Kenya Market.
Today, as at 10 a.m., we didn't have any reports ready. We had to wait till after midday. So if there are any, let them wait. At 10 a.m. tomorrow, I'll be here. If we are ready, we will start and continue. I'm the only speaker available, but I'm willing to sit through till we finish. All right? All right. So the House is adjourned to tomorrow, Friday, December 15, 2023, at 10 o'clock in the forenoon.